I went out. Before I came back, all my market is in this shop. Water overflow everything. So I can't see single something take out because I have a bag of rice there, spaghetti, semo, everything spoil before I came back. Before my tenant come back, all the property, everything spoil last year. That's the first day when water enter our house. But it will be like it will be in the streets like this, then in compound. But last year he enter all our room, everybody enter. We are begging government that it should help us because the time where I come this area, it no be like this. But the time we can't do that, our titi here, so that drainage wey do for us, e no work at all at all.
The major problem we are having here is erosion. To tell you the fact, he do enter my sitting room. He will enter my sitting room, enter the kitchen, pull out the fridge. Why he pull out the fridge is that the level of the water pull out the fridge. Then the seat in the sitting room, he pull it off, the level. When it rained for 2 hours, because when no way for the erosion to go, it look for where enter the rooms. So there are some houses here whereby their tenant has a car, but they can't park the car. When it starts raining, I have to remove my car down to the main road. In fact, there's one of my car inside. The rain spoil it because it flow enter inside the car. When you get to Lukman, Jeep, car cannot walk in Jeep. In Lukman, it's only Jeep. When it rain, it's only Jeep. And our chairman, Mr. Motosho, that man has been trying, to be honest. That man has been trying, spend his own money all the time to park that place. So the government should help us and come to her, particularly that Lukuma, so we can have a piece of water here.
Aside the losses caused by the flooding and the consequent threats to commuters and residents in the community, the poorly maintained canals create an uncomfortable environment, putting their health at risk.
In fact, this subject of flood is giving us problem in this area. We have been to Lagos State many times. They are trying their best. They said they are still coming to come and help us to find solution to this problem of drainage. Even this my fence, this is total. This one first, the second one, another one. This year now, we have spent up to 1 point something on the fence just to repair it. Because if you don't erect it, the water stays inside the house for more than 4 days. I have the flood pump that I use it to throw it back to the gutter every time. That wahala is too much.
I'm a pensioner living in my husband's house here. And I lost my husband about 8 years ago. This challenge has been going for long. It has been on, and we've tried our possible best in many ways. We thought when there was no road here before. So we thought when they made the road, we'll be okay. But when they did the road, I think the road was higher than the level of our house. So the flood used to enter everywhere. We've tried many best. We're going to allow SAR do many things with the landlord association meeting. We used to complain, but there's no any this thing. They will just be promising on us. So we thought when they build the gutter, we'll be okay, but not yet. Even the tenants, they don't used to stay. At times they will stay 2 months, they will take their money and go. So that time of COVID, no, it was a hell. But there's nothing I can do. I think my children cannot leave me. They used to feed me and give me some money for the renovation of the house. There was a time the flood entered everywhere. I have to change the tiles, not this thing. Even till now, I'm still paying for the debt of the renovation. We can't even car can't enter. You two can see, can't enter. So all my tenants, they used to stay and go. They've been complaining now. But some of them said there's nothing they can do because if it's their house, they can't run away because of my character to them. Because I took them as my people. I can't be living alone. That is it. I want government to come to our aid now, to rescue us from all this erosion. If there is any rain coming now, we will be praying. We won't have any rest of mind. It's a big problem for us in this area. We are just begging the government to help us on it. There's nothing we can do.
Well, it's I would say it's pathetic, and it's also unexpected because I got here 2 weeks after I got here was when I noticed that the area gets this flooded. You know, it's very terrible. When it gets flooded, you can't come out of your house, and you can't even come into your house if you're outside. It's not a thing of using a rain boot. A rain boot doesn't solve the problem. It gets to your lap level. You know, that was what I experienced, and it just rained for like 2.5 hours that day, and it was that bad. So you can imagine if it rains for 3 days consistently, you know, it's going to be really terrible. And, you know, like I said to someone, I was going to leave. I went to the landlord and told him that I want to leave because I wasn't prepared to cope with this kind of issue. But when I was told that the government have come to look at the area and they're planning to do something about it, I said, okay, let me wait. But up till now, I'm yet to see the presence of the government. And people are leaving this area. A lot of houses are empty because of flood. Like this one you see here, the owner has left. Nobody's living there because of the flood. So, and if people keep moving like that from this place to a particular place where they don't experience flood, the place becomes densely populated, and it's going to be a problem for, you know, the government. That's the reason why they need to treat things like this, so that we can have people spread to areas like this. And if this kind of thing continues, it becomes a health hazard. It will create room for many problems, and like I advocate for psychological well-being, this is part of what causes psychological distress for people.
Chairman of the Landlord Association described a disheartening reality where residents must vacate their homes during the rainy season, returning only when the rain permits them to. The Landlord Association of the community says numerous appeals have been made to the Lagos state government to help the community before it's completely abandoned.
Flood. For the past 2 decades now, 20 years, we've been feeling this flood problem. And every year, in and out, it's getting worse and worse. Yes, the government of Lagos State have been trying their effort. But unfortunately, like Yoruba always say, Tino Baton Lori, Tino Baton Lasho, Ejakinto Le Kono. So, but we are still hopeful that the Lagos State government needs to come to our rescue to elevate this perennial flood that's ravaging our community. Personally, we've been donating money. Physically, we've been clearing the available drainage. We've been writing to the various governments that are in charge of drainage. The Ministry, Director of Drainage, promise upon promising. And every year are good enough that the rain has not started heavily. And even the rain has been at its peak. Where we are starting at this almost Short Street, yes, in Amandi Ojokoro, we will not be able to stand where we are now. With the rain that fell last night, we will not be able to stand as we are standing here. But glory be to God, the rain was just a minimum. In fairness, 75% of the residents in this area has no tenant because the net they have moved out of the premises because of the flood that's ravaging the property. In fact, the beginning of the year, we have the rain that fell around March, February 20, specifically. There are some fences that have to collapse because of the flood. So for now, most of the residents here are vacant. But glory to God, like we all say, ibi tó bá dání sí, ó là ń gbé. So we, the owner, where do you expect to go? We have to remain and start facing, hopefully or hoping that soon the government will come to our rescue.
In an effort to mitigate flooding in the area, committee members usually work together to clear the drainage and allow water to flow. But they say until the problem is permanently addressed, tragedies occasioned by flooding may continue to be an annual occurrence in the community.
Well, you just heard it from the Resident and Landlord Association of the New Okoba community. What they are going through. We hope the state government takes steps to resolve their plights. Now, still on the issue of bad roads in Lagos. But this time around, we are looking at a suburb that has been grappling with the same issues of poor drainage system due to a link bridge built by the state government that connects Ayobo to Barua as well as Igando. This improper drainage system has caused flooding whenever it rains, just as it is raining at the moment. Now, most inner roads in that area have collapsed and have become a death trap for commuters and residents in that community, making that road not motorable. Well, let's hear what they have to say about the poor state of roads in their community.
Olorujube Community Development Area, Kandos, is a suburb in Ayobo Ipaja under Alimosho local government area, where most inner roads have become a death trap and no longer motorable. As calm as this community is, with beautiful houses and schools, the road in the area are at deplorable conditions. The residents say at the heart of the problem is a link bridge built by the state government, which does not have a proper drainage system.
The governor of the Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has really tried for us, especially in our community. And I can say with confirmation that he's one of the best governors we've ever had in Lagos State. The newly constructed bridge that linked from Idowegba down to our community has just been constructed, and that bridge has been in existence years without number. So kudos to our governor of Lagos State, and now we are now bringing the knowledge of the governor to get to know exactly the purpose of that bridge. The bridge link is very easy for us to link from that bridge down to Ayobo, Ogun State, Ishefun, Isheri, and so on. But there is a street called Kainde Bakari. The street is not motorable again, and that one will now affect the purpose of the bridge being created to this community. So we are begging our governor to help us and do something about the road, because it has really affected our community a lot. Palliatively, the community has done a lot, even more than a lot. It's even affecting the pocket of the community, because we do not have any money again. All the one we are able to generate within the community, we spent it on the road. Lastly, along that Kainde Bakari Street, we just spent about 1.8 million that road, and the flood is so high, it's so heavy. If you can see the heavy of that flood, it has washed up everything that we did. So that's why we are begging our able governor now to come to our rescue. It's more than 10 years now. Series of letters has been written to the chairman of the local government, Ayobo Ipaja, and also to the Lagos State government, and we are very sure they are coming to our aid to help us, because we have a very good response from them. So I know very soon, anytime from now, they will come to our rescue.
I want to speak as a mother in this community that this flood is really damaging our area, affecting our children. Our children cannot go to school when it rains. In fact, we are suffering a lot. When it rains, the children cannot go to school. When it rains in the evening, we cannot sleep. We find it difficult to sleep. when it is raining, because the flood from the new road channel to us is really affecting us. Please, we are calling on the state government. We know that he's able to do all things. We depend on him because he is the only person we have that can help us. Please kindly help us, come to our aid so that we will sleep when it is raining.
Most of the buildings in the community have been abandoned due to lack of accessible roads.
They constructed the road all the way from Barowa inside down to Tokumbo, but there is a mistake, however. Instead of channeling the water and emptying it into canal, they stop at that Tokumbo, meaning that the flood now enters into our community through St. Michael, Bakare, then into many streets we have in the Olorunjube community. And this has done a lot of damages. And almost all of us, we are afraid the thing can carry house, can carry fence, can even take somebody or human being. So we are pleading on the Lagos State government, though we are not Oliver Twist, but we continue to talk to them, beg them as far as they are. I don't think they will like to hear bad story from this area because it's still part of Lagos State. We are pleading with them, thanking them for the one they have done, and we are pleading with them to come to our rescue before the thing gets out of hand. It is affecting tenants because when they come to this area, they will see fine buildings, beautiful houses, but no accessible road. So all they will tell you that they will not live in this kind of environment. So it's affecting us. Even a good number of landlords, we are not talking about landlords now, are abandoning their houses. How much less the tenants. So they find elsewhere, and it's affecting us.
The road is very important, very, very important. It affects everything in the community. I know some of my neighbors have spoken about different areas, but I'm looking at even the security issues about the road. For instance, before the road became so deplorable as it is, the police van used to patrol our area. They will come all the way from two-story, move down to Makinde. They come frequently like that. But since the road has been damaged, we have not been seeing them. Because, there's no road for them to pass. So even if we have any emergency in the night and we call them, there will be nobody to rescue us. So we really need quick intervention. Everything is affected. It has affected even the value of buildings in the community. Nobody wants to come again. Some people are leaving because it's not convenient. Some houses are there, the tenants are vacated, everything. So we really need government intervention. We need them to come in, especially in that area of security. We need it. Because, God forbid, even in the night now, somebody's wife goes into labor. To transport the person during that period, it becomes a problem because it's only Okada that can pass. Even the Okada passing, there's a problem. There's fear that it may fall down. There was a day the Okada fell down at that Bakari Street, almost going into the canal. People had to rush to drag him first, and the floor took the Okada. So we need government intervention. We really need it. They should please help us. We know they've been doing a lot. They've done the bridge, and again, that bridge that links Lasu, Igondo Road to Barua and everything cannot be useful except Bakari Street is repaired. Because people that are going to Abule Egba, going to Agbado, they will need to pass through Bakari Street. In order to, if they are not passing through that, it means they will go back to Barua, which government is trying to prevent. There will be cluster there, there will be gridlock and everything. So we really need this Bakari road fixed.
The situation has crippled businesses in the area. Transportation fares have also become tripled and making community around unaffordable for many.
But it has really affected our business because the accessible roads that people will use to come and buy from us is not accessible. So when you keep your things, your goods to sell, no people is coming around because of the bad road. Most especially when it's raining, the flood will be much. Everywhere will be flooded. That even you that is staying in the shop, you will be afraid of coming out to sell to people. Nobody wants to come out. If you are in, it's raining, you are in. You are out, you will not come out, you will not come back until the whole flood has gone out. It's affecting our business, it's affecting our buildings, it's affecting our houses. And by the grace of God, we've been trying to see as if we can do it.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
a pleasure to have you join us on another episode of the program. I am Okpayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms has proposed that the cost of tax collection by government agencies be reduced to 1%. Chairman of the committee, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this during the exposure and impact assessment session held for journalists in Abuja. According to Oyedele, Nigeria's tax collection cost is as high as 35% in some states. Oyedele also said there are plans to restructure the Federal Inland Revenue Service and rename it to Nigerian Revenue Service. Speaking to TV360 Nigeria, here's what Oyedele had to say.
We want to support this very important segment of our economy to be able to grow. They contribute a lot to our employment, to our GDP, but they struggle. Many of them cannot even survive 3-4 years, so they set up those businesses and they also go under. And in large part, tax is accountable for many of those reasons. So that is the reason for our proposal. And the good thing is, for the withholding tax regulation, it has now been signed by the minister. So this is not something that by law needs to go to the National Assembly. So by law, the law empowers the finance minister to sign the regulation, and that's what we have done.
We'll go on a break now and be back with corporate stories. Welcome back. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, says the payment of depositors at Heritage Bank will commence before the end of the week. The managing director of NDIC, Bello Hassan, disclosed this in a briefing on the liquidation of banks in Abuja on the 6th of June. The NDIC commenced the liquidation of Heritage Bank following the revocation of its banking license by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Hassan said that the total bank deposit at Heritage Bank stands at 650 billion naira, while its loan portfolio stands at over 700 billion naira. The NDIC MD said that all depositors are currently being verified for onward payment of insured benefits of 5 million naira, while depositors with insured deposit above 5 million naira will be paid upon the sale of the assets of the bank. We'll go on a break now, but when Money Matter returns, we'll be discussing the IMF's latest report on Nigeria's current account balance shooting up by $1.43 billion. I'll bring you details of this and more after this short break. Welcome back. Nigeria's current account balance has experienced a surplus of $1.432 billion in 2024, and this is according to a report by the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The report, titled World Economic Outlook Database, noted that the increase in the federal government account for the period was an improvement from the $1.21 billion surplus recorded in 2023. The improvement was attributed to the country's growing gross national savings and investment. Now, in 2024, Nigeria's gross national savings increased to 26.32% of gross domestic product, up from 24.61% in 2023. Total investment also rose to about 25.75% of GDP, compared to the 24.28% in 2023. That's according to the IMF's report. A country's current account balance represents the combined total of its trade balance, net income, direct transfers, and assets income, providing a comprehensive picture of its international economic transactions. The IMF data provides a positive outlook for Nigeria's economic growth and stability, indicating a growing economy with increasing investment and savings. This trend is expected to continue, driving economic growth and stability in the region. The development comes as the country grapples with the aftermath of subsidy removal by President Bola Tinubu in May 2023. Electricity tariffs, food prices, transportation prices, house rents, as well as inflation rates have since skyrocketed, leading to the duo of the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress declaring a nationwide industrial strike on Monday, June the 3rd. The unions are asking for a living wage of 449,000 naira monthly, higher than the current 33,000 naira being paid by the federal government. The federal government and organized labor has, however, agreed on the fixing a new minimum wage that is above 60,000 naira. Now, joining me to discuss the IMF's finding is economist Olusegun Okunade. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Okunade. Now, how significant is the $1.432 billion surplus in Nigeria's current account balance for 2024 when compared to 2023?
Yeah, thank you very much, Okoyemi. I think it's a good step in the right direction. When you talk about our balances with our current balance with reserves having a significant increase of 1.4 billion, but compared to the previous year. But there is more to this when it comes to other indices that we need to look through as we continue in the discussion. So, but it's a right step. You can have a surplus is to tell you that you have more income that outweigh your expenditure, which can definitely give you a surplus.
Now, what are the key factors that contributed to this surplus, and how sustainable are these factors in the long term?
Yeah, first and foremost, you understand the fact that the major area for this administration was to see to the removal of subsidy, which we have considered as cankerworm that has been diverging or devolving so much of our resources as a nation. And with that, it gives so much income to the government in which they are able to use the resources to move into other aspects of it. So I would say that we've had more income coming into our coffers. And also, there seems to be slight increase in the crude oil production in the last few months, right from the beginning of this year, late last year. And that on its own has attributed to it. So it's more of having so much income. I believe we can do much more if you're able to tame or manage the costs of governance on the part of the government.
There was an increase of about 25.75 of GDP influence. How does this increase contribute or influence Nigeria's economic growth and stability?
Yeah, this increase in total investment, we can sustain it if we invest more on infrastructure that can generate more revenue. We've been able to, by all means, block maybe the few leakages that we have in the area of subsidy payment, and we are keeping more revenue. So it will be more nice if we can invest more in infrastructure that will aid the production that is being carried out as a nation. We seem to be more import dependent. We can start considering building factories, making security more priority in order to, attract those FDIs that Mr. President are actually galvanizing to have. So if we are able to maintain that and have good infrastructure, steady power supply, and the basic things that can make businesses to grow, I think it will be on the rising increase, just like we have with the Asian countries that are able to be intentional in making sure that they domesticate some of their things in such a way to be more productive, not to be import dependent as a nation.
Okay, according to the IMF's report, there is a suggestion of a positive outlook for Nigeria's economic growth and stability. Now, I would like to know what's the potential risks that could undermine this positive outlook.
Yeah, well, the IMF, even though some of us at times do not have so much confidence in their report, but if at this time they are giving kudos that we seem to have positive outlook, it implies that there are certain things that we must try as much as possible to see how we maintain it. One of it is look at the way to continue to improve on security. I have this to tell you that this country is blessed as a nation, and every part of the country has one resources or the other that are reliably, in commercial quantity that can be processed to generate more revenue. The other aspect of it that I feel we need to seriously work in tune with is the area of blocking leakages and reducing that epidemic we call corruption. It has entered and it's added into the system, and we might see a significant growth in some of the reports that they are having. But if we do not tame these two monsters that is actually bedeviling us as a nation, it might be difficult for us to sustain the growth, because I still consider it as a fragile growth, of which if considerably some measures are not put in place, we might see ourselves getting back to status quo. But be it that it may, let's work on the government being accountable to the people, transparent in their transaction, and work on security in such a way that the natural resources that we are blessed with as a nation, we can tap into it as against the illegal miners that are not generating revenue for the government, and the country as a whole can be more beneficial.
Well, you mentioned that Nigeria is blessed and we need to utilize our resources. What measures do you think the government can take to manage and reduce inflation in the current economic climate?
The major area of focus is how can we be more productive. We've not had it bad. As we speak, inflation stands at about 33.4%. That's a figure, but I know it's 33, above 33%. And the food inflation is as high as 40% as we speak. And you ask yourself, what are the things that need to be done? The major focal area is the area of security, because without security, you cannot have any meaningful investment that can, give that aspect of production. And I think that's an area that we are lacking. A lot of people, we have vast land, we have vast natural resources, that all we need is to have the political will of the government to provide security for the investors to come in, and even with the local indigenous, be able to have a contributing factor to it. So if you ask me that for us to sustain and have good economic climate, we need to work more on security. And not above that, how do we reduce the operating cost of some of these organizations that are coming in? The major area that consumes so much for every organization these days is the energy cost. Whichever way you want to talk about it, is it the power supply or even the alternative power supply, either diesel or petrol, that we need to buy at high exorbitant price. Government needs to be intentional in making sure that we have reduction in the energy cost for businesses to grow and survive. You can see the little that we have been faced with in current time as the exit of most multinational that has been in the country for a while is as a result of the high cost of operation, and also inconsistency on the part of government policy that is really affecting and impacting on their operation. So if you're able to get these few things right, at least at the beginning, you discover that the long-term projection of the government for the growth of this economy will definitely be achievable as a nation.
Well, let's talk about the labor unions. We've been discussing this since the beginning of the week. Now, with the NLC and TUC demanding a living wage of above 60,000 naira monthly, how realistic do you think is this demand, given Nigeria's current economic condition?
Thank you very much, Bayemi. A valid question. You see, my perspective about the yearning of NLC is that we have misplacement of priority, and their request to actually increase the wages or living wage or whatever name they call it is misplacement of priority. This, as we speak, will definitely increase our inflation rate, because you have so much money chasing few goods, and that on its own will create more problem as an individual. Some of us have made the suggestion that rather than we exhibiting our energy in looking for minimum wage, can we engage the government, objectively and constructively in making sure to make available those indices that will assist in growing the economy. Take, for example, the functionality of our refinery. We go a long way in making sure that the energy cost that we are faced with in the nation is actually reduced, because that on its own has impact on logistics. The movement of goods and services from one place to the other has a contributing factor to the cost as to which an average citizen will have. Also, when you talked about the same energy cost, it impacts on production that do not give the sustainability that every industry or organization requires. So you discover that if some of the energy we are channeling in requesting for increase in minimum wage is channeled towards having basic infrastructure, having some of the government assets being utilized in a maximal way in making production, we will be better off for it. For me, I'm not an advocate subscribing to the increase in the wages, because as an employer of labor, I can tell you the organized private sector will eat out of it. Take, for example, your organization. If the minimum wage is increased above 60,000, it implies that it cut across all cadres. You must increase your salary. Where's the productivity that we are faced with currently? A lot of the companies are bleeding, and they are actually, asking for reliefs, cushion effect on things that they are doing. And the only thing you can bring about is to increase the personnel cost. That on its own is not sustainable. We have said it. Let NLC look for a way to engage the government for more productivity in such a way that we can start producing things and utilizing things and ease the burden that we have on our foreign exchange as against everything being imported and putting so much pressure even on the little that we have. If we can do some of these things, I think it will be better. But I'm not an advocate of we saying that we should continue to increase salary, because the more you increase, imagine. As at the time there was increment of minimum wage to 18, from 18 to 30,000, you discover that the cost of dollar then, the cost of foreign exchange is quite, of germane. Now that we have it at 30,000, what is the equivalent of it? It has reduced the purchasing power of an average citizen. So I feel rather than asking for increase in minimum wage, NLC should engage the government in making sure that they provide us certain infrastructure that will assist in increasing the economic power of an average citizen, providing security, have the basic infrastructure in terms of health, quality education, like some of us enjoy while we're growing up. And that on its own will create a positive economic outlook for our nation. Those that are actually jump out of this country, if you permit me to use that word, can start having a rethink of coming back home with the enormity of the resources that we are blessed with. But I think the request of Labour, if you ask me, is misplacement of priority rather than saying that we should concentrate more on the area of providing and monitoring government to put our assets and natural resources that are blessed with in the hands of people to go around every citizen of this country.
Okay, Mr. Kwade, while you were speaking, you mentioned that instead of asking for a new minimum wage, the labor union should ask the government to implement policies that will make the economy better. How do you think they can go about this?
Yeah, this is simple to achieve, if you ask me, because some of the people that are agitating for increment, for very few, if you see the statistics of the government, they are only fighting for 1.2 million of the worker out of the several, not putting into consideration the OPC. But we can engage government based on their promises and putting timeline to the execution. Take, for example, this administration, while they came in May, gave a commitment that the Port Harcourt refinery will be functional by December. Here we are in the month of June. We have not had a single production of that particular thing. Maybe they are managing it, not sharing with us, the populace, to have a privileged knowledge of some of this stuff. But I can tell you that that's an area, if you've been able to tame that, just like the last administration came and left the promise to rehabilitate or resuscitate some of this refinery, but not a single one was actually brought to life. So we can start engaging them. When you talk about the health sector, you make it intentional in such a way that our law, the legislators makes law in such a way that every one of us take our medical stuff here. The atmosphere of government officials, going about celebrating their children, their works, outside the shore of this country, and all creating problem for our education sector should definitely be discouraged. If you must be in power, then definitely you must believe in the country to do some of it. These are things that NLC should engage the government, and above all, speak to the humongous amount of money that is actually in circulation. When you see something, say something, act on it, and let's see that we have sanity in our system, because that's the major epidemic that is eating out into our system. Everybody just wants to get there and see how they can have a fair share of their deal, not minding the implication on the generality of the citizen.
Okay, since the beginning of President Tinubu's administration, the economy has seen so many policies. Now, I would like to know how effective you think the recent government policies has been in addressing the economic challenges faced by Nigeria.
Well, I would say they are trying their best, but there seems to be inconsistency in the policy. Just this morning, I was reading that the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Economy is coming to tell us that subsidy might got about 5.4 trillion. I'm yet to validate that statement because it sounds absurd, because it's the same minister that came up to tell us that we now have so much surplus in terms of our funds because of the subsidy removal. And here we are again talking about that. And now when you look at the coercion, the Minister of State for Petroleum is saying subsidy at no point is being paid, but the man that is disbursing the money is making that revelation to say we have a projection of about 5.4 trillion to pay in this year 2024. So you imagine so many foreign direct investment that believed in this administration with the removal of that subsidy is having a rethink, because we seems not to be consistent with our policy. Look at the level at which we are actually having in terms of interest rate. It has gone as high as 26%. You ask yourself, which business do you want to do that you take out the interest rate of 26% and you still have margin to continue as a going concern, which the organization is supposed to carry out? So you discover that the government needs to work more and let have stability in the area of this government policy, not really raising one today and tomorrow we're having a counterproduction, or different agencies are working at different times, not syncing everything that we are putting together. I think it's an area that the government needs to concentrate on if indeed we must grow the economy the more and attract the FDIs that we claim that we are bringing into the economy. But if the policy is inconsistent, take for example in terms of monetary, fiscal, and some of those things, the presidential tax force was set up, and we're told that there won't be additional. In fact, they are planning to streamline the taxes to be paid. But thank God for the president that waiting. We already had like 2-3 other new taxes that were being introduced when we're trying to. So you can imagine when you have inconsistency in the aspect of policy formulation or implementation, that on its own discourages businesses from actually operating in our environment. But if you're able to work on this, I think we have more guarantee as a nation to be there and to have the better nation that we all crave for.
What further policy measures do you recommend to improve Nigeria's economic situation, particularly in terms of investment and savings? Because I feel like that's one area so many people have been struggling with due to the high rate of inflation.
Yeah, I think the area I want to concentrate more when it comes to policy is to see how we can implement certain policy direction in area of transparency and accuracy that we claim to be projecting as a nation. You see, so much is in the hands of few without anybody accounting for the major. And there are no punishment in terms of reprimanding those that are actually committing this act until we get intentional about having consequences for those that are actually doing wrongdoing. We may not be going far as a country, because what we see is that somebody will steal 10 billion and be bargain, return 1 billion and to go away with 9 billion. What you are encouraging is that the other people who want to steal 100 billion and come back and give you just 10 billion, since you understand that with 10% you're able to go. And maybe on a lighter note, I think 10% is only meant for God. So I feel government needs to be sincere and have that commitment and will on the part of fighting corruption in such a way that most of the people committing those atrocities can be exposed, and it will serve as deterrent to others. Also, I feel in the area of investment and savings, government needs to work harmoniously every agency to work harmoniously within themselves in giving what we call unification of direction, unity of direction in the aspect of things that we are doing. Not every agency or department of the government working at different direction. It's really not too good when you hear some of these things. We heard that during the last administration when the fiscal policy was not intended with that of the monetary policy. When the two things are not syncing, how do you expect growth to be? But we tend to, at least for this administration, we seem to have a sync between them. But some of the suggestions being made by the highly respected people at the end of affairs should be implemented by the federal government so that we can have speedy, reaction of the people. I can tell you, because we are having this inconsistency in policy, it's creating a lot of unemployment. And when you have so much unemployment, what you are actually creating is insecurity, because an idle mind is devil's workshop. You just want to preoccupy your mind with something. And when you see some people who are actually, still struggling with what they are doing and making some ends meet, you get, envious, and you might start attacking individual for what is not. So I feel the government needs to work more in the area of corruption. Let's be transparent in some of the transactions that have actually been carried out by the government. Let's be consequential in some of the people that are doing the wrongdoings and bring them to punishment so that it will serve as deterrent to others and the country can continue to enjoy, generally the blessings that we have through natural resources and the endowment of the intellectual on the part of the citizen.
Now, just before I let you go, what is your forecast for Nigeria's economic performance in the next 2 to 3 years, considering current trends and government policies?
Yeah, well, if the government is more intentional in their policy formulation, I can talk the monetary and fiscal policy, some of the work that the Presidential Task Force is actually carrying out. If it's implemented to the letter, we have a better chances of having growth as a nation. But some of the things that is affecting the production arm of our government, aside insecurity, is the multiplicity of taxation, which the president spoke to while he assumed office. And I know that a lot of work has been carried out by the current presidential tax force. So if we can have a sync in the implementation of some of this policy, you see our companies, reviving back. Because if a country does not have the industrial arm functioning well, it becomes a problem. You see, the country is blessed with a lot of intellectual. So many of our young ones are performing well in the area of information technology. But you ask yourself, do we have the infrastructure, the up to, sustain some of the things they are doing? A lot of them rely on international partnership for survival. So if the government can build infrastructure on their part, we see a better nation in the next 2 or 3 years. But if we continue to have somersault and inconsistency with our policy because of personal gain of individual, the more we see that, the more Nigeria keeps nosediving, and it is the citizen that bears that particular burden. And on the final note, I think the government needs to be intentional in terms of security, because a secure environment is a prosperous nation.
Well, economist Olusegun Okunade, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. That's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I am Okpeyemi Uwosheni. See you next time.
I've always wanted to save the world. It sounds silly, but yes. But I did not think that architecture could be one of the ways that I could do it.
I got into the field with the idea of being a kind of Indiana Jones and just kind of, going into all these really exciting sites. So that was a very naive, immature approach to what heritage might actually be.
And we felt that heritage and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. So we decided to join hands and create a larger impact. Not many architects think that climate change is something that they need to think about, but we're trying to change that. Mud as a material has always been used in construction, and it's a very clean material.
This material is truly magical. In India, it's all about customs and traditions. He walked around the machine with lime and camphor burning in his hand. It's like removing all the bad energies or vibes that the machine could have been born with. So that's how Hinduism is, right? You're believed to have born with certain sin, and then you kind of work your way towards a sinless life. You can make mud bricks with basically any kind of mud or soil. So we've got some really beautiful red soil here. This soil is further seeped. All the big particles are kind of taken away, and it's mixed with what used to be sand but is now quarry dust. So quarry dust is essentially from stone quarries, the waste that you get is collected, and to this mix you add very little bit of water just to activate the clay, which is then put into the machine, and the strength of the brick is basically got from the action of compression. So what essentially you're doing is you're removing all the air particles from the mix and therefore getting a very, very solid block. So the manufacturing and the processing is done by local communities, so that again you're giving back to the livelihoods towards local communities rather than large manufacturing plants and large companies. So that's why this material, although it looks like a very normal block, has a much larger reach and a much more positive impact than any other bricks or blocks that I use.
Sir, I'm kalyanthile sirikla sir.
For whatever reason, now you find masons who are mostly male. So the kind of camaraderie you would want to have is a little bit harder to achieve with them. So it's a bit of a social stigma to get too pally with women. So initially they'll be like, no madam, you can't touch the tools, you can't get muddy. But then eventually they're like, there's no point talking to her, she's going to touch the tools, she is going to get muddy. So that's one way that we found it's nice to kind of break that barrier almost immediately. Then we kind of say who defines roles, right? It's just what you feel like doing, what gives you joy. And working with my hands give me joy, so I'm doing that. And that helps you create a better relationship with the mason. In cow dung, it's basically digested fibers, right? So we add this in mud to increase the cohesion of the mud particles. So we work a lot with cow dung, and it's quite interesting. The cow dung that we get in the cities stink really badly, but the stuff that we work with in the villages are quite pleasant to work with actually. It's clearly what they're eating. They're eating a lot of crap in the cities and they're eating this lovely grass here, so possibly that. Rosie and I go back a very, very long time. We were roommates in college and did our architecture school together. I think when you find someone, you know that you click, and that's what happened with us. There was, friendship was almost like immediate, and then it's lasted us 16 years. We were very clear that we did not want it to be a Sridevi and Rosie Associates, because the firm needs to be bigger than that.
Anne Joseph, architect. Varsha and John, architect. Tejaswini, architect. Lesha Mahadesha, architect. Sanjani J, architect. Shubha, architect.
And then we thought about the masons on site who really make our dreams, our drawings and all of that a reality. So it was kind of a no-brainer to give them the importance in the name itself. And so masons and the ink would be basically our drawings and all of that.
We wanted it to be a collaborative, hands-on process on site. So, where we stop seeing ourselves as architects who work on just the 2D and 3D, and once it moves off to site, like we barely know what's going on, or we just come in once in a while, but more like working as a team.
So the thread is like just holding it in place, but the notch is doing the bulk of the work. I used to be in Girl Scouts, so I know a thing or two about knots. So we managed to get our poles up. This is pomegranate. I started out in the corporate world like a lot of people, and I think after a while I got disillusioned with that kind of a life. I was thinking about moving to the countryside, setting up something like this. So it was on my mind, and we were thinking about it until, a year and a half ago, I lost my husband, the love of my life. He was my college sweetheart. I know adult life only with him. I don't know any other life. So when he died, I knew I had to rebuild life, and I couldn't do it in that city anymore. This place came up. It was almost an impulse buy, and I bought this place. And then I had been talking to the Masons saying, guys, I think it was important for me. They also knew them. They also knew my husband. They understood my journey. They understood where I was coming from. And somehow that translated into the design. I'm very proud of it because the only cost we incurred in all of this was the metal mesh. The rest was quarry waste, and these are broken bricks, these are broken tiles. So it was all waste.
Fiber or in this.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm not going around shaving my dog. I have groomer friends and they give me in bags. Dude. He comes when we are mixing mud and things like that. He wants to be part of it. Yeah. It sounds so cheesy, but it's a journey of love and pain. And I'd say that this is my dedication to my husband and the love that I had with him. That's what it is.
You see everywhere this concrete building, and there you're losing this uniqueness. Like you see the same building in New York, and you come here and say you can see the same building here.
The mud that is there on site, that seems to have like a secret gold shimmer to it.
It was shining. It was a very sunny day, and then we found a yellow stone also. We thought it's a gold ore, and we got very excited and sent pictures to ma'am. Ma'am was also freaking out, and then that yellow stone was just a stone.
So this whole site right now, what we're doing is we have different experiments going on such that it'll all add to the main structure. So it's a technique of mud that we use. We put mud into these bags and then we tamp them down. It becomes like a large format brick. It's like masonry. So you have two bricks and then you place this on top and then you do layers like this. The durability of mud against water and make it better in compressive strength by adding lime to it. In return not affect its breathable properties or the properties that make it so awesome in terms of air regulation, temperature regulation. So that's why lime is a good alternative for cement. When you have a very thin crack in a cement wall and water enters it, starts building somewhere and it shows up years later as dampness. Whereas the same thing on a mud wall, when water hits it, after some time it dries out because it allows the passage of air. It still continues to breathe even when it's on a wall. Another really great thing about lime is that it absorbs CO2, so it behaves like a plant.
Mud and lime are like the co-stars, lime being more of the diva, I'd say. It's insect repellent, so lime wash is also used to kind of paint the woodwork that we use to repel termites and things like that.
You need to give it its time and you need to understand it. People don't understand it and then it starts behaving differently, and then there's like, oh, mud buildings don't last or mud buildings can't withstand the rain, but actually it's the lack of understanding or the poor understanding of it that makes it behave in certain ways that is not really the fault of the material but of the way you're using it. For us it's obvious that climate change directly affects the shelter that you're going to live in. It's a lot about the buildings, the flooding, the earthquakes. It's a lot about the buildings, and you need to start building resilient structures.
The two main culprits are cement and steel. So these two industries are very, very carbon heavy. They are manufactured using raw materials at high temperatures, and there are plants, situated all across the country, and so the embodied energy in making the material itself is quite high, and then to transport it from factory to the dealer to then to the site. A lot of thought these days are going into organic food. There is a shift to, say, organic clothes as well. But organic homes and the health impacts that it has is something that hasn't been studied sufficiently.
So when we look at traditional systems, one of the key elements that were very often used was natural materials like mud, stone, bamboo, etc. Usually when you work with construction materials, you start feeling sick because you need a mask, you need things to protect yourself because it's harmful for you. Whereas mud is the exact opposite. It's good for you. People buy clay and put it on their faces and things like that. So working with it is healing in itself. Trying to bring on more women masons onto the construction sites.
The workers from the village, they turned up here. The first day they were just, they were just women from the village, and I was just a woman from the city, and there was that disconnect. But as we got to know each other, and I started appreciating them for the knowledge they brought in, and they started appreciating me for, I don't know, I think my intention, I don't know, or we bonded. I genuinely care for them, and I think they care for me. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ, ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ? ಇದು
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಂಡಸರು ಕಾಣ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಎನ್ಸ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನ ಇವಾಗ?
ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಕ ಗಾರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಕರೆಯೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ.
It took me such a long time just to get them to understand that we don't want men on the side, because it's the concept that we're trying out. It's all women. We want to try this out to see if it works. They kept saying, oh, once we start the main construction, then we'll get the men here. So I told them, okay, we will start the work, and if there's any task that you cannot do, you come and tell me, I cannot do this, a man can do this and I can't, and we'll get a man on site. And they took that as a challenge.
I think the minute you start talking about issues related to gender, it automatically becomes like a you versus me kind of thing, which it really isn't. We're just saying that there are issues that we are feeling in the profession, and we need support to change that. Let's employ more women in our architecture firms. Let's have more women on construction sites. Let's look at their security aspects. Let's look at the issues that stop them from being around. I think we're clearly past that age where someone says, no to you in a certain way, but of course, there are cultural angles that come in, or social angles that come in, that there is a silent no that stops you. But the idea is to question that and to get more people to fight that with us.
My family on the outside are like very forward-thinking people, very modern Indians. I have a brother, so they believe in bringing both kids up with equal opportunities. But I wouldn't blame them. They are from a different generation, so they still have the very traditional ideas of the role of a woman. Having said that, my parents are like my biggest support. They've funded my entire education. They continue to support everything that I do, that Mason Singh does. They finally accepted that, I think, but they're still really worried that I'm a single woman at 35. unmarried and way past her expiry date. For architects, a lot is about who you're servicing and who your clients are. And we were really lucky to find someone like Thomas who was, had the same kind of frame of mind. It's always really lovely to come back here, as you can feel the vibe and the energy is very different. And it's almost as a philosophy, right? When you use materials that are kind, even the space kind of reflects that.
From a construction perspective, I would say that we have almost 100% stuck to sustainable practices. Two factors. One is lowest possible cost and lowest possible impact on our environment. If you look at the wood that we have used, all of them are recycled. I don't think a single tree was cut in the construction of this house.
We started our firm in 2013, so we were quite young into the profession, and I think it was a leap of faith from your end to go with two young girls who knew just about enough to build a house, I think.
Now we are a fully certified organic farm.
Lovely, okay.
Growing aromatic and medicinal plants.
It's interesting to know that both the global north and south have similar things that we can work on, which is not common understanding. People think that we're very different. But every year we have very clear goals on how to be more inclusive and how to bring the idea of cultural heritage and the importance of it in climate action to the forefront.
What is really exciting is that people more and more are seeing the importance of integration of culture, and not just looking at culture as an aesthetic overlay, rather kind of integrating that into policy and seeing that culture can definitely be used as a tool to mitigate climate change, and an effective tool to mitigate climate change.
It's tempting to say I'm going to get rid of my pain by going on a shopping spree. And I did it. It didn't help. We can shut ourselves off and harden ourselves, but there's a beauty to keeping it all open, and the earth inspires that. And I would definitely tell people to try it. It may sound challenging. Try it at some small level. You will see that it's healing, and take the plunge.
As women, people are not really expecting you to move mountains. So when you do move a mountain, it does create a buzz. So the fact that there's no expectation is great, and you can do what you want.
To all the women who are watching, no matter where you are, and no matter what your profession is, no matter if you're at home, I think in the whole view of climate action and being more responsible, I think the idea is to just each of us to do our own little part, to keep going. And I'd love to see more women here next time, and more women architects and more women everywhere. The future is female. He's still posing.
Yeah.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans. Yeah. And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Hello guys, it's another beautiful day to be alive. Welcome to another thrilling episode of E360, a program that touches various aspects of entertainment, ranging from dance, food, fashion, movies, and the likes. I remain your host, Chidi, thrilling you with exciting topics and guests all the way. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Oga Poise is a fashion designer who has clothed eminent individuals including Olamide, ID Kabasa, Joe Boy, Titi Kuti, Reminisce, Smade, J. Paul of Abibinaja 2021, with the rest of his clientele spread across the continent. He has also created clothing for corporate brands like Domino's Pizza, Cold Stone Creamery, Pinkberry, Airtel, Coded Tunes, and the Lagos State Government, to name a few. His brand, Poise Clothing Company, has received numerous awards with an endorsement from the late Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency, Governor Abiola Ajimobi.
Welcome back. I'm glad to introduce to you Oga Poise. Man, it's been a minute. How have you been?
Been hot to goodness. We're doing good things.
Yeah. I'm really happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good to be here too.
Yeah. So, a lot has been happening in the fashion industry, and you're a veteran as it stands now because you've done a whole lot of things. Imagine the recognition from the past governor of Oyo State, working with brands like Lagos State and the likes. Man, it's been popping. It's been popping. All right, so lead me to what events in your life, helped you realize your passion for fashion. So what led to it?
Yeah, okay. That dates way back, talking like almost 2 decades now. So I think at that point I was still in secondary school. Yeah, I was still in secondary school. So I got a gift of a jersey from one of my cousins. So and I was so excited to wear it, And before then, I've always been a fashion-oriented person because my dad used to dress very well. Like I used to see him dress up in the morning, notice ties, suits, always everything always banging, So I got that gift from my cousin and I rocked it out that evening. And I was like, let me just paint the town red this evening. I was still a very young boy, Then I got down my street and I saw a mechanic guy like walking, wearing that same jersey, all stained black. Then I was really embarrassed. As young as I was, I went back home to change that jersey. How can I wear something that I'm wearing out to show people that I'm looking good,
and someone is
using it to walk? So I went back and I thought to myself no, I want to stand out. I want my outfit to look different from every other person's outfit. So, I started betting that idea from there to say, okay, I need to do something. I need to do something different. I had one top then as well. I think the print was peeling off. So I decided to say, okay, how can I put this thing back? So those are the early motivations for me. So I started researching, started asking questions, and from there, we kicked off.
Well, you kind of touched my second question because I was about to ask you, what and who inspired you. You talked about motivation, but you've already started it. I would like you to, emphasize, let's share with us, what and who. There are two different things, inspired you. I know the mechanic story and all is sort of inspiration where you're this
absolutely.
guy, you get. So outside that, bringing it back home, what was that thing that was your driving passion?
Okay, so...
To your creative designs.
To my creative designs?
Yes.
Okay, not to starting.
No, not to starting.
Okay, to my creative design. Well, what inspired the start of the designs as well? I've always been a creative person right from time, So, and my elder brother is an artist, so I used to understudy him, see the way he does artworks and all that. So what inspires my creative designs? Well, I love music so much. I love to listen to music, all kind of music, from Afrobeat, hip hop, R&B, all kinds of music. Once it's good music, I love that. Then I love to be around creative people. I love to be around successful people. People that I can look at their life and pick one or two things from there. So I love to be around people that I can be around and just keep quiet and listen. So those are some of the things that inspire me, and so far so good. It's been great.
All right. So you were saying something about your elder brother being an artist, and how it influenced you too. So yeah, I know that artistry is creativity, and this is all artistry. Even fashion design is artistry. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I get the once you are around intellectual people, matured people that have vision, you sit back, you look at things and inspires you to do a whole lot of stuff. There you get like maybe ideas on how to like, oh, let's do this for this, you get, and all, listening to songs and all. That can drift you into the creative space to like, okay, maybe you're doing something and put your earbuds and you're listening to songs. So that on one side, like let's say like I know how it's done. Maybe a batch now, you say it's so. I don't know how it is said. Maybe this design for a particular season.
Okay.
Where so what
Spring and
inspires?
summer.
Yeah. How do you come about with those creative processes?
Okay. So for me, I'm a deep thinker.
Okay.
So when it comes to designs, I try to try to put together things that I envision every day.
Okay.
So the fact that we're here doing this, I could pick some creativity from this in terms of your tastes. So I try to look at who are my target audience, who are the people that I want to reach out to, what are the things they like, where are the places they go to, who are the people they meet with. So those are the things I put together. I try to put my information together and to be able to envision the kind of tastes that person has. So it's like taking my spirit, putting it into that person and trying to download from the person's brain data to say, okay, this is what this person likes, or this. Then I put all those things together. Now, coupled with a good environment, serene environment, and like I said, music, putting all those things together, I create.
All right. So it's a huge pool. When I say it's a huge pool, there are lots of people that do what you do, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of people that do what you do. So it takes a whole lot of motivation, and all to like strive and like say, okay, look, I want to come out tops. I want to be known. I want people to see me as, oh, look, this guy is good at what he's doing and all. So it leads me to ask you this question, what's your most challenging moment, in this journey, in the journey of, fashion designing, and how, as a fashion entrepreneur, have you been able to conquer these challenges?
Oh, when we talk of challenges, there's numerous challenges. So actually challenges come in phases, face by face. It's a whole lot, trust me. And we had several challenges starting where I didn't have the money to register at a fashion school. So I had to school myself. So also trying to meet with people that I could learn from, to gain one or two things from, So I've approached several fashion schools, and when you hear their billing, you just run back. So, and of course, it was not, my parents wanted me to go to school. They were ready to pay the school fees and all that. So it's just like, now you send yourself this one. Do you get? So I had to try to invent ways to get to where I'm going to. Then also on different phases, if I had to talk of when I got my office, my first office, it was a whole lot. I tried year in, year out. It wasn't possible. Sometimes I got the space. I didn't get the money to pay for the place, go back to square one,
Quite challenging.
Quite challenging. But the story for that one is like a whole documentary on its own. But I took a whole lot of steps of faith to get things done. So basically from start, I started from zero. So, but I've learned to start things from zero, to bring out things from zero. Zero has a whole lot in it. A lot of people see zero as emptiness, but it's not emptiness. There's a lot in zero. So there's a lot you can start from zero. So I started, the day I went to Ikeja to get my office, I had just 1,200 naira with me. And I stood up with faith. I told myself, like, should I just go and use this money to eat? Or I said, no, still on this also now. Let me do something. I called up agents. I need an office now. They told me to come. I went straight there. I even called my brother. I told him if he was free, like, let's get there together and just see. He said, do you have someone that is going to fund this project you're about to embark? I said, bro, I don't have anybody that's going to fund it, but let's go.
Wow. So okay, generally, yeah. So, startup funds, like you've rightfully said, it's usually one very, very big hurdle. You understand,
Absolutely.
and you took a leap of faith. You understand, but having a leap of faith, it's spiritual. It's a movement. Actually, you need to step up and do it. But how in practical terms, were you able to source these funds? Like you rightfully talked, you had 1,002 or 300 in your pocket, and you still wanted to go get a place.
Yeah.
So how? I know definitely you didn't give them 1,002 for them.
That could barely take me to and fro.
You understand? So how in practical terms were you able to gather these funds?
So I think before then I've tried so many, written proposals, written business plan upon business plan, come back tomorrow, come back next tomorrow. There was a very disappointing moment that I tried reaching out to a friend of mine way back in school. So apparently I knew 2 different people with that same name and surname. And I never knew. But the other one, we're not so close. I had his number on my phone. So I thought, and I knew this guy could actually afford to invest.
Okay.
So I was even looking up for, investor, just partner. Let's do this. So I called the guy, like, bro, I'm coming to see you. I left my parents' house at Agbado Jai. I went to meet this guy at Ozone. Only for me to get there and I'm like, bro, where are you? And I said, I'm here and I'm here. You are here, okay? How? Then I looked at the person like, where is this? It was a very disappointing moment, honestly. So I got there like, bro, now you they call since. They say, yes, na me. Like, now you be so. He said, yes.
The wrong person.
I was talking to the wrong person all along. He said, bro, you said you wanted to see me. And I was like, can this one afford to give me the money I need? I said, okay, well, this was what happened. I was trying to reach out to someone else, but you guys have the same name. Anyway, let me just tell you why I came. I don't know if maybe you could still help. Okay, this is the reason why I came. He said, bro, man, me too, I'm still trying to put my life together and all that. Like, I was so disappointed. He said, okay, he will reach out to me if there's anything he can do. And that was the last time we spoke anyways. So, I had to go back home. I was sad, but I still kept lifting myself in the spirit.
Okay.
So, like the one the one I got for me to get my office, that one was even after the whole movement around and all that. I eventually got one place, So I told the man that he should give me 1 week. I'll pay up for the place. So
you're able to source the funds.
Yeah. So I just told my brother. I told my brother immediately we saw that place. I said that's my office. My brother said, nice one.
Really?
So as we were going back, my brother said, just release the Holy Spirit to keep that place for you. I'm a Christian, so I believe so much in the Holy Spirit. I said, okay. I go home, I prayed. I said, Holy Spirit, just go and hold that place down for me and make way for that money to come out. Then I thought of it. What can I do? How can I raise funds? I had to call a friend of mine to send me 2,000 naira credit. Sent it to my phone. I wrote out lists of friends, people,
kept calling
family.
And calling till you got.
I called more than 100 people.
So you actually got people that could,
I called more than 100 people. Just send me any amount. This is how much I'm looking for. Any amount. When I finished calling the people in Nigeria, I called people abroad, my friends. before I knew,
Yeah.
small monies were coming in. You know, I borrowed 3 people's school fees.
Are you kidding? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a vision. Thank God it's thank
Yeah,
God
yeah.
it's
I told them, don't worry, I'll give you back next week. So mine was just, let me pay first. Then I look for that money to give back. So I was literally lending money from this. Then when that next week, I still get money from another person to pay back that one, so that I don't mess up.
You just got that big.
Some people, I tell them, like, bro, I don't mind, just let's put an agreement on paper to say, if I don't pay you by so time, arrest me. So that's serious.
So as a fashion designer, what's that most essential thing, about you as a fashion designer that, helps your growth as a fashion designer?
The most essential thing, well, let's not say one thing. We can't just say one thing.
Okay.
Because we don't exist alone.
Okay.
So let's say the business of fashion and the creativity.
And the creativity, right?
Business of fashion, creativity, and skill. Now your skill is in different forms. Your communication skill is a skill. Your creativity when it comes to advertisements, making all these online contents for your fashion products,
It's like the ability to be able to market.
Yeah, it's a skill.
Market all right.
You understand?
Okay.
It's a skill. So, and one thing I need people to know is that you can't do everything. Do the ones you have the strengths at.
Okay.
Focus on your strengths. Then employ people to do the ones that you're weak.
Oh, okay.
So it's either you employ people or you collaborate with people. But you can't do things alone.
Okay.
So, but if you're able to put these few things together, you'll be able to develop your
skill,
your brand.
On your brand.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. All right, guys, let's go on a short break. I'm sure we are getting, one or two. For those out there that, want to grow in the fashion industry, you're hearing it, it takes a whole lot of resilience, takes a whole lot of things to put in place. It's not just okay for you to have the skill, like Oga Poise has said. So just hold on. Let's take a breather. We'll be back with more. Welcome back. Now, in case you're just joining us, with me in the studio is Oga Poise. Now, he's been dishing us with various fashion tips, as well as taking us, all around the fashion industry. You've told us basically what the essentials are, how you started up, the funds and all. Yeah, it's quite motivating, and I won't lie to you, it's challenging. When you get that leap of faith, most times I'm like, they've started again. They'll start telling you leap of faith. They won't tell us how it's done. You do leap of faith, you use, you know what I mean. Everybody, we need to get, something concrete.
Absolutely.
So now that leads me to, are you comfortable working hands-on with, models and other, staffs while on a fashion set?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be comfortable. Even if you need to work with people that you definitely not ordinarily work with. Yeah, so, but when you know that these are the people that you need, in terms of the skill, collaborations and all that, you need to learn to just work with people. So you need to find a common ground, Nothing is being achieved alone, like I said earlier. So in terms of fashion shows and all that, you need to work with models, you need to work with other fashion designers as well. You need to work with photographers. You need to work with agents. You need to work with a whole lot of people.
And do they gel? When you're dealing, sorry I cut, at times when you're dealing with people, different characters, there are some people that, they are very, very receptive. They listen to you. And there's some people that are strong, hot-headed. How have you been able to, manage with these different personalities?
Well, I think it's just basically managing your emotions, knowing what is essential. There's a saying that when you answer every barking dog on the road, you won't get to where you're going to. So, your major, minor, your minor. Don't put your minor as major. You have issues.
I like that.
So, basically, focus on the goal.
Okay.
Whatever it is, if anybody calls you names or whatever, it doesn't say that this is who you are. So let's just slide, focus on the goal. Maybe when you're done, you can come back to whatever you want to do. But I mean, you just need to learn to work with people, even in your own space of work. You have tailors, you have this, you have that. You need to work with them. Some of these tailors can be frustrating as well.
Yeah.
So, but you need to find a way to manage them. It's a part of leadership, which is also a skill.
Like you said.
Yeah, it's a part of leadership. You need to be able to lead them to where they are going to and where you are going to. So, management, basically.
Oh, okay. So it leads me. So I want us to talk about fashion trends and its growth. Because for instance now, like baggies. Baggy, School of Hard Knocks, you want to wear these big baggies and all.
Pele.
Yeah, after a while, everybody's wearing fitted, And now it looks like the trend is going back to...
It's back, sir.
Yeah, it's back to, you understand? So how do you explain this fashion trend and growth in Nigeria? What's your take on it?
So I think what it is there's nothing new under the sun. We're just doing new things. We're doing old things in new way. So it's mainly a cycle. We keep going around. So very soon you see the likes of, you see this air plated now. They've done it way back. There's nothing new. Even designs. This design I'm wearing, I'm not the first person to do it. So it's just you doing them in, like someone said, creativity is an old thing done in a new way. You understand? More like you stealing from another person, but hiding your source. So you eat the sauce so that nobody will know that this is where the idea of this thing came from. But you actually saw it from somewhere. So you can copy a design from America, add a few things to it, and do it in Nigeria. Because Nigerian people have not seen it before. They say, oh man, this person is the first person to do it in Nigeria or to do it all over the world. It is what you have seen. Some people have seen beyond that. So basically, you just need to manage it.
Yeah. So I would want to ask you, I don't know if you have a pick, but what's your favorite fashion trend? Do you have past or present?
My favorite fashion trend? Well, basically for me, comfortable. Once the fashion outfit is comfortable, beautiful, and stylish. Yeah.
So
when I say stylish, I mean when it comes to like unique. Yeah. I like unique outfits. So it has to be unique. It has to be comfortable, and it also has to suit the event.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So briefly, when you talk about having to suit the events and style, okay, that's like a trend. So for instance, like you say, you're coming, maybe you're going for a dinner. You make outfits for dinners. Maybe you're going to the beach. You have outfits for the beach.
Yeah.
So that's what you mean. In
Absolutely.
essence, just want to break it down.
So it's more like you see someone going for like we're making an outfit for what do you call this? Like a rally kind of, like an outreach, where we're meant to walk like 3 kilometers under the sun, and you have very thick hoodies on. That definitely is not comfortable. You understand? Except you're in a cold region, but if you're in a region like Nigeria, and you are in the dry season, there's a whole lot of sun over 30 degrees, and you are wearing hoodie with a big, what do you call it?
And lots of people do it. It's wrong fashion. Yeah, I see it a lot.
So, but the thing is, some people do it, but trust me, they might have reasons for theirs. So, for instance, now, there's hot sun outside, but someone is driving in his car where he has AC, very good AC in his car, and he's driving somewhere that has AC as well. So you're driving in a cold car, going to another cold place. And so, but the little part where you have to walk in the sun to get to where you're going to, people see and like, why is this person dressed like this? But the person's situation is different. You understand? But in a situation like the one I painted, you're walking 3 kilometers under the sun and wearing hoodies and man, pity yourself.
All right. So finally, what should we expecting from Oga Poise?
Greatness, iconic moves.
All right.
We keep dreaming and we keep working towards our dreams. So, but basically, I won't tell you that this is the exact thing you should expect, but just expect.
Fingers crossed.
Greatness, everything positive by special grace of God.
All right, guys. Let's go on a short break. We'll be back just now. We'll be back. So welcome back. Welcome back, viewers, and it's good to have you again. All right. So I've been enjoying our discussion so far. But before we go, we would like to play a short game. All right. So I'm going to be asking you some questions, easy peasy, under 1 minute. You just punch, that kind of thing. You understand? So as time starts now. All right. What's your full name?
Adeosun Oluwatoyin.
Favorite. All right. Favorite celebrity couple.
Celebrity couple. Well, okay. Fela Durotoye and Tara Durotoye.
Okay. Your favorite football club?
Chelsea.
Most outstanding day of your life?
Yeah, I got my office.
It has to be. Okay. What's your favorite relaxation sport?
Relaxation sport?
Yes, favorite relaxation sport.
Marriott.
All right.
Gary.
So what's your favorite indoor sports game?
Indoor sport game? Snooker.
Wow. Pounded yam or amala?
Pounded yam.
Wow. So what's your most important equipment or gadget?
Equipment or gadgets for my work?
Yes, for your work.
Polymark.
Polymark. So the last one is, give me 2 things off your bucket list.
Off my bucket list. Like into.
I'm sure the boss has been doing doom.
Bucket list.
Do you like to skydive?
I think that's skydiving.
But with the African men who that's skydiving as an African man.
My wife no go allow me.
She no go allow you skydive.
But
all right.
I would like to fly a plane.
Okay. All right. This is all we can take now on E360. I actually wish we had more time together because it's really been awesome having you.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. So until next time, stay jiggy.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. but when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books, because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the wary yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello, welcome to another episode of the program. I'm Simisola Atikun.
Well, as the drama over a new national minimum wage winds down, President Bola Tinubu has asked the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, to present a template for a new minimum wage for workers in the country. This development came to effect after the federal government's delegation on the new minimum wage met with the President after meeting with the labor union leaders in Abuja. Early on Monday, the union called for an indefinite strike action due to the government and organized private sector's refusal to shift grounds from the 60,000 naira offer, a move which affected critical sectors of the economy. However, when the president's delegate disclosed that President Bola Tinubu is willing to pay a minimum wage above the 60,000 naira, organized labor decided to suspend the nationwide strike for 1 week for negotiations to continue. Here's what the Minister of Information and National Orientation, as well as the chairman of the NLC, said after the meeting.
We thank God that we are at this point. We thank Labour that they have suspended, through to their awards last night, they've suspended their strike early this morning. And government on its side, you can see that the President has just summoned a meeting of all those who negotiated on behalf of the federal government, led by the Secretary of the Government of the Federation. The Minister of Finance was there, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, myself, the Minister of Labour, the Group Managing Director of the NMPC. We're all there to look at those issues, and then the President has directed the Minister of Finance to do the numbers and get back to him between today and tomorrow, so that we can have some figures ready for negotiation with Labour. Let me say that Mr. President is determined to go with what the committee has said. He is also looking at the welfare of Nigerians. Like I've said earlier, government is not against, it's not an opponent of Labour discussions, it's not an opponent of wage increase, but what is there is that government is always desirous of ensuring that there is a balance between what government pronouncement is and what the realities are on ground, and therefore we'll work assiduously to ensure that whatever we do, whatever promises the government makes will be kept. That's the idea of this meeting. The President has given a marching order that all those who have negotiated on behalf of government and all those also who are representative of other sectors, the organized private sector, the subnationals, come together so that we can have a new wage award that is acceptable, that is sustainable, and that is also realistic for Nigeria. A wage award is not just that of the federal government. Like I mentioned earlier, the subnationals are involved, the organized private sector is involved, the labor is involved. It was Labour that staged a step out during those proceedings. Now that we have come back to the negotiating table, all of us will work together again assiduously within the next 1 week to ensure that we have a new wage for Nigeria that is acceptable, that is sustainable, that is also realistic for all Nigerians.
The outcome of yesterday's deliberation shows that they are committed to moving beyond that. So it's like they have given a framework for us to negotiate, to reach certain threshold. That is it. And then before, it appears as if the negotiation was going to be infinitum. But the outcome yesterday shows that this should be completed or concluded within 1 week. So what else do you want to? So those are some of the obstacles for negotiating without end.
Let's discuss further. I'm being joined by the General Secretary, Air Transport Services, Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Francis Akinjole. Thank you for making out time for us. Now, let me start by asking, what's your take on the suspension of the strike action for a week by labor unions in the country, now that the president has promised to pay more than the 60,000 naira offer, while the tripartite committee meets daily for further discussions? Do you think that it is enough time? That's the 1 week space. Do you think it's enough time to resolve the issue of a new national minimum wage?
Okay, thank you very much. Ordinarily, if we had wanted to maintain our stand, we wouldn't have even actually agreed for any shift, because we gave the federal government enough time to consider our stand before they allowed us to embark on the expensive national strike. You will agree with me that organizing a strike is not a moment thing. We know what we committed into organizing the strike, and ordinarily for us to even demobilize our members that were at the trenches is not an easy thing. That's why we are not always quick at jumping at the last option, which is strike. If we had carried out this strike against any private organization, we might have even asked for demobilization fee, but this is not the case now. So the 1 week relaxation of this strike is born out of genuine concern for the nation. We know what the strike had caused, and especially at our own sector here, the aviation sector, we know how excruciating the effect of the shutdown of the airports has been on the general flying populace. So we felt, okay, if the government has said that they will shift their ground from their mandated 60,000 naira, that they said they did not have further mandate to increase. If the Mr. President himself has said, okay, don't worry, we will do something more than 60,000. We wanted to hold him by his words because we should trust our president. It now left to them to fulfill that promise. And the question of did I think whether the 1 week will be sufficient enough to trash all the issues? One, there are not so many issues. The other ancillary issues are purely administrative. The issue on the table now is how much should be the national minimum wage in Nigeria. And we had made our offer, and they have brought a counter offer that is not pleasant to us. They continue to say that your proposal is unrealistic, unreasonable. They cannot continue to say this because we had advanced reasons for where we are at our own end. Their own 60,000 naira, they have not said anything to justify why the minimum wage in Nigeria should remain at 60,000 naira. So if we want to keep to our focus, this is the only issue that is remaining for now. Every other issue can be tried out after the one week. So let us discuss why our offer of 494,000 naira is manageable living wage in Nigeria now, and their own 60,000 naira. Let us see how it can be managed as well. If we are able to resolve this, even 1 week is more than enough to settle this singular issue.
Well, the union has been able to make the government shift ground from its 60,000 naira offer in less than 2 days, demonstrating that the union can truly hold the government responsible. This back and forth could have been avoided, don't you think?
Yes, it is very, very evident to every reasonable human being now that if we are able to get our priorities right, we will not have any problem. But if there are two parties that are involved in a negotiation and one determines to remain adamant, one determines not to be faithful for the cause, that is for the negotiation, how can we move? When we brought our own offer, like I said, we brought justifications. They brought theirs without justifications. We knew ab initio that they were not serious, that they wanted to unnecessarily drag this process to a lengthy period. The reason why they have chosen to do this is what I don't know. By Sunday this week, they said that it will not take less than 2 months to resolve this. So that means they also believe that it was possible while they were foot dragging that this thing should be resolved. But when they now saw that we had no more option, they had pushed us to the limit, and they now saw the collateral damage to the nation. They felt it was then necessary for them to do what they ought to have done. I think that's just the only reason. It's not because Labour will claim to be that powerful or whatever. No. What we demonstrated in that 1.5 days was that no, we can no longer continue with this. We have been pushed to the wall, and the other thing to do is to react. And what was the reaction? Withdrawing our services. We could no longer cope with the situation on ground. That was what we just did. We never had the intention of inflicting any pains on anybody, not even on the government. Who are the government? We are part of the government. If they realize that, then they should see from our own point of view as well.
Now that there are indications that the federal government is willing to go beyond the 60,000 naira offer, do you think that state and the private sector will buy into this agreement?
I will not think for them, but one thing is certain. The moment this minimum wage is signed into law, it becomes an act of parliament, and it shall be enforced because they were brought into the discussion. So it's left to them whether to participate in the discussion or not. It's an act of parliament. And remember, it's on the exclusive list of the federal government. So they are just shortchanging themselves. The moment it is passed, it is foreclosed unless it is further reviewed next time. So if they know what is good for them, it's better they come and join the negotiation, because they were there before. If anything is agreed now and it is passed and signed by Mr. President, we are going to enforce it in every state. It will not be the way it used to be, where some states will say they did not have the capacity to pay 30,000 naira. We know they all have the capacity. They're just playing hide and seek. It is then they will know that we are ready for them. Our actions then might not be a national one. We will do selective actions against those recalcitrant states.
A very important challenge. Once approved, what ways can the labor unions ensure that the government, states and private sector implement the desired national minimum wage, bearing in mind that some states in the country are still unable to pay the current 30,000 naira?
Yes, that was what I said. They are not paying the 30,000 naira wasn't for lack of capacity to pay, but lack of will to pay. And like I said, the same situation will not remain as it used to be when this is finally signed into law. There was a standing resolutions by the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria and the Nigerian Labour Congress that every state that have been refusing to pay the 30,000 naira should be reported to the national, that is the labor centers. And we resolved then that we will do the needful against those states. The only thing that is stopping this now is that we are now waiting for the new minimum wage to become law so that we will not exercise we will not carry out some actions in futility. We will not be carrying out actions to implement 30,000 naira. I said we are ready for them now. I don't think there is any serious issue with the private sectors, because as it stands today, unless those that are visibly casualizing Nigerian workers, no private sector is paying below the minimum wage in Nigeria. What we will try to do after settling the issue of the minimum wage is the consequential adjustment. We are going to meet with the various private sectors employers to arrive at what should be added to what they have been paying. So I also want to think perhaps maybe that's one of the main reasons why they are not committing themselves to this negotiation, because they believe that they are already paying above what is legislated to be the minimum wage. So we will resolve it. just like the state as well, those that will not be willing to do consequential adjustment, despite the fact that their minimum wage in their various companies are already above the national minimum wage, we will know what to do with them. Just as we are going to do a selective actions against states that refuse to pay, when it becomes law, we will know how to handle the private sectors as well.
Finally, a cross-section of citizens believe that labor unions in the country are no longer considering them, rather its priorities are more self-serving than that of the average Nigerian. What do you think of this impression?
Even this relaxed action took every Nigerian into consideration. The only thing we put before the government was not the issue of the minimum wage. The issue of electricity is there as well. And we have not foreclosed that as well. Just see what will happen within the next 2 weeks about the electricity tariff that they arbitrarily jacked up. The Nigerians will hear from us. And even, most importantly, the issue of minimum wage. It is not specifically limited to the interests of Nigerian salary earners. The economy is bad, we all know. We all know that the power of purchasing commodities in Nigeria has been eroded significantly because there is no money in the pocket of the populace. So if the minimum wage is significantly improved, there will be more money for Nigerians to spend, and the economy will be rejigged. You don't listen to them about this story of if there is too much money somewhere, there will be inflation. Even when Nigerian workers are not even collecting more than 30,000 naira per month, don't we have inflation? What is the cause of that type of inflation? It is the duty of the government to address this. It is not the workers that should always be made the scapegoats. No, it shouldn't. How much are we even talking about? We will hear in the next 40 hours or thereabout, because Mr. President has directed the Minister for Finance to go and do something about the costing and let him know. Let us see how it's going to be. And they should also open their books. We want to know the impact of whatever the government will be willing to pay. That is, we agree to after it must have been signed. Let us see the impact of this on our revenue as well. If we see all this, then the onus is on the government to prioritize the activities, what they will spend upon, not to spend frivolously on things that don't affect the life of Nigerians. We are ready to sit down with them to re-examine all this. Why are we being agitated? Why are we being apprehensive? They said we should come back to the negotiation table. We are there now. So let us wait. Because what they are saying presently is that 400 this is unrealistic, is unreasonable. They are considering their own side alone. We are back at the negotiation table now. If it is not realistic, let them bring it down to where they feel it is realistic and justify it. If their own 60,000 naira is not reasonable to us, we will jack it up to where we feel that, no, you cannot continue to claim that you lack the capacity to pay. I think that is the principle of negotiation. We have to meet somewhere. That somewhere where we will meet is what I cannot conveniently say here, because we don't have a mind that is close to any reasonable argument. I know we will get somewhere, but I'm assuring you they will not play pranks with us, because we will not agree to that. Even if they have the intention, let them come and say, okay, we are paying 61,000 naira. then you will see that they have exposed themselves. So when we get there, the whole world will know what we will say we can manage.
We'll get to know the outcome of negotiations soon enough. Francis Akinjole, General Secretary, Air Transport Services, Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, thank you for coming on the program. Well, that's all we can take on this episode. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. I am Mudashiru Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and guide to let you know something interesting in the world of sport. The sport we're looking has to do with not one of the popular sports in the country, but few individuals are bringing things together to ensure that the sport becomes one of the best sports developing in the country. So I was speaking with someone that are putting herself, sacrifice her time, her resources to ensure that softball gets to where it is today. And we're looking at, in the possibility of taking to the next level, we're looking at encouraging softball among children. So I'll be speaking with, Rashidat Abdurrahman, who is the head coach of some of the softballs in Badagry. It's good to have you on the show, ma'am. Okay. Let's tell us. Softball is not one of the most popular sports in the country, but now it's developing. Tell us, what has people been doing, you yourself, to ensure that softball gets to the level it is now?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mudashir. Yeah, softball as it is, it's in the outside world, it was it stands on its own. It's a twin game here in Nigeria. We call it baseball and softball, but at the outside world is basically softball. It's an organization on its own, that female participate in it. So only girls and women play softball then, but now we have men and female softball. So I'm trying to, give back to the society what we've learned and achieved in baseball, right from where we started. And because of the love and passion I personally have for the game, that's what brought me back to, softball and training players. It has not been easy, but we thank God.
Okay. Now, how do you encourage, what are the challenges the sport has faced in the country? Because for us to start talking about what are the challenges and what are still the challenges it's facing right now to ensure that the sport gets developed.
Yeah, I think I'll mention two major things. One, it lacks sponsorship. It has not been easy, even to take players out. Several invites will push through at the end of the day, means, to take the players out. And it's killing the game gradually as a result of that. Because practice without a competitive game, it will losing the morals of those players. The interest will be so low because they don't have that access, to take it to the next level. And secondly, equipment. Up till date, you cannot walk to a sports shop and say you want to get equipment. It's scarce. So we get all this, being shipped down from the US, Europe, and Japan before we go, get access to them. Those are the two major things I can say is the problem. The challenges we are facing in baseball and softball entirely in Nigeria.
Okay. Rashidat, you are one of the numerous names when it comes to softball, baseball in the country. How did you get involved? Because I know you are also into sports before. So how did your paths come across softball? And what's passion? You have so much passion for the sport, and then you are recognized internationally as regards to the same sport. Why did you decide to push your resources and your time to promote softball, and how did you come in contact with softball?
Thank you. This started while I was, in just one, when I was just one. I normally go to stadium to train basketball, but I have this uncle of mine that plays basketball very well then. So I said, Uncle, where are you going? He said to stadium. I love the way he dressed up. So I said, okay, can I come with you? He said, yes, why not? So that was my very first time, of entering stadium. And my first sport then was basketball. So in school now, there was this girl in our class then. I can't even remember her name. It's been long. She now said, there's a sport in stadiums, a new game that they needed softball and stuff like that. As softball. It's not even our curriculum this thing. Yeah. And I said, yes, let's try it. So after school that day, we all, like 10 of us, we joined her and we went down there. So when we get there, we met with the technical advisor for Nigerian baseball and softball, in person of Coach Olajide Abidoyi. He's the founder for Sliders Baseball and Softball Sports in Kwara State. So I picked instrument the very first day because I was asked to come and bat, and I did it very well. They clapped and I said, you are going to be a very good player. You should start coming, don't worry. That's all. That's how I started. And our first trip was to go and play Little League under 12 in Abuja 1992.
Okay.
So that was my first time in baseball.
Okay. I know you have, looking at your profile, you have so much position among softball. You have a club in Badagry. I think you're also the coach of Lagos State Softball Association. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah, very correct.
And you have many things. Just a few times you've been doing so much, organizing so many softball classes, activities, and all that. So how do they overcome? What do you think should be done to encourage people to make sure the government, private sectors are all involved, so that every house we can be talking about softball?
Yeah, thank you. These are the reason. This is the main reason why I keep on, running activities on a yearly basis to create more awareness in our neighborhood. We play baseball in Lagos State. I'm also a former player for Lagos State. We play for the states. We get medal for the states. And I came back because when I got married, I stopped. I came back through my mentor, who happens to be my international coach, Coach Gerard Hall. He was in Nigeria last year. So this is the man, that asked me to come back to softball. That no, you are very good. You can't just go like that. And then the softball is going down. Why their, activities was only going for baseball, which are for the men, for boys. But softball, there was nothing of such. It's as if they are killing the game gradually. Because as a result, there is no sponsor. And based from the past national players, most of them are outside the country. And the few ones around does not really show interest. So that's why I now decided that since my coach said I should come back, and it will be there for me when it comes to equipment, I don't have issue, because coming, to start recruiting players, you need, aside from the passion you have and the love you have for the game and the zeal to play it, equipment, you cannot do without them. You cannot do without it. So I'm happy this thing was made easy through Coach Gerard Hall from Washington, D.C. And other people like that, other coaches that came from abroad, from Holland, Germany, Europe, US, Japan, or recent, So those are the things. Softball is a very interesting game. I love playing it, and I love children. I love to recruit more players, so I have more softballers. I have baseball in my team, but especially, decided to go back based on softball. I needed more girls. Parents should encourage more girls to come in, because we have a lot, they have a lot to gain. I encourage academics. They should face their studies. They should be more serious there. And there should be, an extracurricular activities, which is sports or any other thing you like to go to involve yourself, But softball, it keeps them away from the street majorly. Keeps all these players away. Some that will just come back from school, you see them drop their bag, eat, they've gone till evening. The parent will not even see them, But they know, okay, we train, like my son, before we used to train twice a week. So because of some things that came up, we have to start training just once, which is Saturdays. And I even tell them that Saturdays, it will be useful for your parents. Make sure whatever needs to be done early morning, if you can do it in the night or evening, Friday night, or you wake up as early as possible and do that thing. After then, you come back. Even one of my parents need to tell me that, coach, you are trying, you need to see this, my girl. She will not want to do anything. She will not be sleeping. Not until she start playing softball. That if you tell her you are not going to that field, you see her, she will be the first person to wake up in the house, try to do, what needs to be done before going to training, before practice in the morning. So this thing, I think it helps them. They travel, they meet with other players from other parts of the state, from other parts of the world. Like they just concluded one now. We did it, to create more awareness about this thing. You can see those little ones, catch them young, the baseballer. Those are the things. Americans start, training these younger ones. That's what they become professional. They are very good at it. But if we two are doing the same thing, catching them young at this tender age, before you know it, before they are 15, 14, no, they will be odds. And they will have the opportunity to showcase their talent when this thing comes around. What do they call them? I've forgotten. When these coaches from abroad comes, they can select from them. They will be, even there is one that happened last year, I think Japan. They came, tried to pick, I think they picked 2 baseballers. Okay. It's not for softball, just for baseball. And that of softball will be coming very soon, which they will be the one to finance, their school till university level. And they will still have access to play professional baseball, and they will be paid. So these are the things we are looking forward to, encouraging, most especially ladies, girls, because our parent believes everything about girls ends up somewhere, which is not the truth. I don't buy that. Being an housewife is not stopping you from being a softballer. I'm managing both, and I'm doing it very, very well. I travel a lot. Just of recent, I was appointed commissioner, a league commissioner for Babe Ruth League, Nigeria.
Okay.
You know, and I'm the present Lagos State softball head coach. Now, the league president for Badagry Angels Baseball and Softball. So all this achievement is based on hard work.
Okay.
What they see us doing.
Interesting.
I do program on a yearly basis.
Okay.
We go out, we look for sponsors, is zero.
So
the little one you see we did yesterday, it came from US. You can see the two sponsors there, Mami Johnson and Coach Gerard Hall of DC Nights.
Okay.
They've been doing wonderfully well for us. And they intend to pick like 2 of our softballers this year, because they are planning to come back to Nigeria. He plans to take 2 of them if possible. That those that are serious with the academics and at the same time they are good with softball, they will be given a scholarship, you know.
Okay.
And this will help the parents.
Rashida, we're going to go for a quick break. Thank you so much. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we have more questions for you to answer. If you're just joining us across the globe, this is 360 Sports, and we'll be looking at softball and how our young lads, boys and girls can encourage softball. And this is the sport that have been striving, that have been moving from one landscape to the next to ensure that it comes with the same popular sport in Nigeria. So just now we've been speaking with Rashidat Abdulrahman. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we still have her. She is in charge of Lagos State Sports Softball Association as a coach. She also has an academy for softball, and her life has been surrounded by developing and encouraging softball in Nigeria. Don't go away, we're still on with you. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we've been talking about softball and so many interesting comments you've been receiving from all our social media platforms as regards to promoting and developing softball in Nigeria. And my guest is still with me, talking about Rashidat Abdulrahman, who, to me, is the face of softball in this part of the world. Though she's located in Badagry, where so much activities are going on in promoting the sport. Now, some have argued, Rashidat, that softball is for the rich. Using that word, some are saying it's for the poor. Reasons for those that say it's for the rich is because the bats, the helmets that are going to wear is not something you get easily, and some of this equipment are not gotten in the market, in most markets in the country. So what's your opinion about this argument? Do you think it's right that it's for the rich, or it's for the poor, or it's for everybody? And how can one get that equipment in the country?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mudashin. If they said it's for the rich, they are right. And if you said it's for the poor too, they are absolutely right. The reason is because, you know, like I said earlier, our equipment is not what you can get. You can walk into any sports shop and get them. We order for it, you know. So for those that can afford it, they can easily have access to it. Most especially those parents that travel abroad to the US, they can get it for their kids. So, but for the poor, we need to wait for the one in the club that is meant for the coach, you know. So you come, pick it, use it, and drop it. But for the rich, you know, you already have all your equipment. You have a bat to yourself. You have the helmets. You have the full kit.
Oh, okay.
Everything, you have them. So
in this video we're watching now, I can see somebody holding the bat and with the helmet. Can you tell us what all these accessories are for? Starting from the helmet, I think it's a guide, and the bat. We have something that looks like a vest, a bulletproof vest. And that same glove they wear in the hand. Can you tell us, for those that have not come across this sport, can you tell us what is the purpose of all this?
Yeah, thank you. The helmet is meant for the for both the batting team and the catcher, basically to protect their head. That is the major thing, to protect them, from being injured by ball. Those are balls that are hard. So mistakenly the ball could come, maybe on your way running to first base or any of the bases. The ball is being thrown and automatically it hits you on the head. But when you have that helmet on, it protects you.
Yeah, but I also noticed, Rashida, I also noticed that the ball is hard. Is that helmet protective enough?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's protecting the head. While we have the glove, you saw the glove, right?
Yeah.
The glove, yeah, this is used by the fielding team.
Okay.
You can see the catcher is putting on a chest protector, a chest guard, and the knee guard.
Okay.
So, to protect those areas where the ball can hit her. You can see the helmet is different from the one, the batter, the one standing with the bat is different.
Oh, okay.
The catcher's own, we have the higher one in front. So to protect any kind of ball, or even the batter that comes to the batting ball can mistakenly hit the catcher. So when she has all this thing on, it's a guard, it's a protector for her.
Okay.
And all of that.
Okay, now some more questions now. Basic of this particular sport, what are they there to do? You see people, the batter, the guide, when they throw the ball, you see somebody trying to swing with the bat and somebody's running off to go there. In the basic elementary understanding, can you just tell us what they're trying to do?
Yeah, as you know, it's a team game, like football.
Okay.
The difference is that the two teams cannot come into the field at a time. We have the offensive and the defensive.
Okay.
The defensive are the one on the field. The offensive one are the one outside coming to bat in the batting box.
Okay.
So all they are there is the one on the field are there to defend the team. Look at the girl standing.
Okay.
She's from the offensive team.
Okay.
Those one fielding with the catcher there, they are defending those opponents from coming into the field.
Oh, okay.
They advance the moment they come inside the batting box and they automatically bat the ball. They will have to move down to first base. You sprint down to first base to make sure you get to that particular base before the ball gets there. We all know ball is faster than human, so that shows the runner must be a sprinter, someone that can run very fast, so that he can get to that very base before the ball gets there. If the ball gets there before her, she's out. It's against, that means the fielding team are automatically defending their team perfectly to stop the offensive from, dominating the field.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. The scores. I see the referee, umpire, as you like to call.
Umpire.
Yeah. I see him saying scores. How do they count the points?
He calls strikes. He calls balls. Balls is against the fielding team. That means you threw a bad ball. It's against the defensive team. So if you said strike, okay, that one is against the offensive.
Okay.
Those ones that are batting. So if the batter from the offensive team in the batting box was given 3 good balls, which is a strike. The 3 good balls are called strikes. So after that third strike, she couldn't hit the ball.
Okay.
She's out. It's against them. And they are going to, the defensive team will make 3 out. They'll make sure they pick 3 of those offensive teams out of the from that particular distance, from the inning where they have. After the 3 outs, they change. The fielding team will need to jump out of the field, while those offensive will now go back and defend again.
Oh, okay. And the
You
process
understand? Those
continues
one will
like
come and
that.
defend. The other one too, we need to bat.
Okay.
If there's any error, they advance.
Okay.
They will need to step on those 3 bases you see on the field.
Oh.
They have to pass through the 3 bases to come home. The moment they rotate it and come back to their starting point, that is a goal, a score. That's a point. Yeah.
Now tell us, apart
they
from
go
Lagos,
round the 3 bases to the 4th one where they started from.
Rashida, apart from Lagos, which other state is, because it seems you are in the know of all this. Apart from Lagos, which other states are ensuring that softball develops?
They are into softball, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Lagos, Oyo.
Is it as okay now? The other states you are mentioning, Rashida, is it? Sorry to cut you short. Is it as developing as those ones in Lagos? Is there any activities going there?
Yes. The ones I'm mentioning, they are active people that are playing baseball and softball.
Oh, okay.
They are active states.
Oh, okay.
So Lagos, as I said, Oyo, Osun is just coming up. Kwara. We have Delta State. We have Bayelsa.
Okay.
We have Rivers. We have Niger. We have Kaduna.
Okay.
We have Abuja.
Interesting.
And we have which other one? Enugu.
Okay. So
those are the active states presently.
Our last question before I let you go. What's the future of softball? Tell us, do you think there's so much future in this game in this country, Nigeria, in our country, Nigeria?
Yes, there is, compared to the way it was then. We are just starting afresh. Like I told you yesterday at the field that, I came back from Bayelsa last month. We were on 2 weeks national camp for under 16. And this is, to start recruiting players for the next Olympics.
Okay.
We have started.
Okay.
And Betty, there was nothing of such all the while. We don't know. We no longer have a national team. Now we are selecting a new national team, younger girls, to go and represent Nigeria outside the country.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
These are the new development that is coming up, and this is done by the Fast Pitch Softball Commission under the Nigerian Baseball and Softball Association.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rashida.
We are moving forward. There is a future in it.
Okay, there's a future in it. Thank you very much for your time. We are glad and grateful that we have your person talking to us about this one sport that not everybody knows about. Thank you very much once again, Rashida Abdulrahman. It's been our pleasure. They've been joining us since the beginning of the program. We're talking about softball, how to ensure children around us play softball, and every modalities and the technicalities that has to do with this fast-growing sport. I'm the Shirishitu. Thanks for joining me. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island. their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela, And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right, and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows very, in a high level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Badimasi. The Nigeria Governors Forum has warned that implementing the proposed 60,000 naira monthly national minimum wage would push many states into financial ruin, crippling their ability to fund critical development projects and basic services. The governor stated this after a meeting on Friday. Now, recall that the labor unions had on Monday embarked on an indefinite strike action after rejecting the federal government's 60,000 naira offer as the national minimum wage. But they later announced that they would relax the strike action after 1 week, for 1 week now, to give room for further negotiations with the federal government, which had promised to increase the wage above 60,000 naira. However, the governor said the 60,000 naira wage is not realistic and unsustainable, arguing that if implemented, it would force some states in the country to be borrowing to pay workers' salaries. In fact, part of their statement actually said it might actually lead to some states using their entire federal allocations now to pay salaries. The governor further said all parties involved, especially the labor unions, must consider the socio-economic variables and settle for an agreement that is sustainable, durable, and fair to all other segments of society. Joining me now on the program to discuss this and more is Nelson Ekujimi, who is a public affairs analyst and, of course, a political affairs analyst. And also joining us in Abuja is Ogbonna Ikuku, who is a policy analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Ogbonna. It's like with the position of the governors, it's like we might be going back. I mean, labor unions now might be going back on strike. You never can tell after 1 week.
I see. These are the realities that we have found ourselves in as a nation. Now, it goes to show that a lot of people still need to do their work and do it properly. What am I trying to say? The labor union, when they decided to embark on a strike, should have done their homework. They have different, compartments in their group where people are supposed to have done an analysis on income of the state, then be able to factor a few things, and then arrive at a particular amount of money. So it goes to show, because the kind of conversation that should be going on now is, how did labor arrive at the cost that they are asking for? Now, the state also will come and throw things open and say, these are our own analysis, not just saying governors staying on top of their heads, okay, this would throw us into not being able to pay salaries or all that borrowing money to pay salaries. How did they arrive at that? So these are the statistics that must be on display in the public domain at this point in time. So, I mean, Nigeria has come a long way. We shouldn't be having conversations like this without evidence, fact, empirical evidence. So there has to be, because as far as federal government is concerned, as far as Nigerians are concerned, we know that since the removal of subsidy, more monies have been going to the state through FAC account. So more monies that they've been receiving, what are they really doing with the funds? So it gives everybody a job to do. So with plus labor, plus the government, both at the subnational level, everybody needs to sit down and do the work. Give each other time to go and work out this whatever agreement with empirical evidence.
And Nelson, the issue of time is what the labor unions, I would say, do not have. They've suspended the strike for just 1 week. I think we're now 3 or 4 days into that suspension. So by next week, you would expect that if nothing comes out, I mean, from the tripartite committee negotiating this minimum wage, then they would be forced to go on strike again. And now you have the governors coming out to say they would not be able to pay even the 60,000 naira. And that's after the federal government had actually said it is willing and to pay something higher, which was the reason why they decided to call off the strike. So where do you think we go from here?
Well, I think we should also know one fact that the 1 week ultimatum or the 1 week grace by the labor unions is not cast in stone. But for me, what this has brought out to the fore is that it seemed Labour was more concerned or concentrated on the federal government, while neglecting the other stakeholders in the tripartite, committee, because the committee was supposed to have been comprised of federal government representatives, state governments, as well as the private sector. So while Labour was calling for, disagreeing over 60,000 naira, you want to ask, what was the state governments, what were they offering to pay? What was their ability? Because right now, it's like we are back where we were before. And so for me, it shows clearly that, as a people, as a labor union, that, we didn't get our facts right. Because the federal government cannot, compel states to pay above what they can afford.
Sorry to interject. You just raised an important point there, because before now we had thought there was an agreement among, maybe with the exception of Labour, but we had thought there was an agreement between the states,
the private
sector, as well as the federal government that they were going to pay 60,000. But with the governors now coming out to say, look, they can't even pay 60,000, which means there was no agreement even before Labour went on that strike.
And also, let me also remind us that in 2019, when there was that agreement on the 30,000 minimum wage, we recollect that the governors refused to sign, and that is why till date, 5 years after the enactment of that law, so many states are here to comply. So it tells you clearly that, we still have a lot of work to do. You look at the revenue of these states, realistically, some states will never, ever be able to pay that amount if you look at their workforce. For example, I looked at the allocation of Kogi and Kwara State for February. I saw that they got an allocation of between 7.3 billion to 7.4 billion. And they have a workforce of about 30,000. And that is if everybody on the workforce is earning 60,000 naira. Don't forget that in the workforce, we have people from level 1 to level 17. And if I say 30,000, you can be rest assured.
60,000.
If I say 30,000 workforce, you can be rest assured that it could be about 35 or 40 or 50,000. So if the state gets 7 billion, and at the end of the day, she uses 2 to 3 billion to pay workers' salary, what will be the amount that will go to the judiciary? What will be the amount of that budget, of that revenue that will go to the legislature? Then you look at developmental projects. So realistically, the 60,000 naira is unaffordable by the states, except if we want to delude ourselves. So
maybe some states are able to afford it.
No,
like
some
Lagos.
states like Lagos could, they could pay it without, batting an eyelid. But for some other states, I can tell you for free, even Labour itself said some states were still paying 15,000, some were still paying 8,000 in violation of the 2019 law. So it tells you clearly that, Labour was more interested in the federal government. Maybe they are leaving the states workers to bear their burden by themselves.
Ogbonna, do you get that impression? Especially, for instance, we heard not quite long ago that the Minister of Finance had submitted a document containing a template of the federal government now, and everybody keeps talking about this template as if is the template that would apply to states. I would assume that template would be about the federal government because, of course, the finance minister does not control the budgets of the various states. So this is becoming a very complex issue. What do you make of this complexity, especially as we can clearly see that the negotiation definitely won't be an easy nut to crack?
Yeah, it brings everyone to that point where we begin to see how Nigeria, the dysfunctional, issues around governance in Nigeria. Now, if you do your stakeholder mapping, one of the first critical persons you must bring into the conversation will be the subnationals and then the private sector. So if you all don't sit on a round table and agree, and then you come up with a compendium of salaries and wages that you're going to pay to people, it begins to show that the work is not yet done. So the federal government is discussing as federal government. So the state governors have to now discuss as state governors. But be that as it may, the reality now at this point is what needs to happen is there has to be that confluence. There has to be that agreement that the states can renegotiate their own minimum wage based on their income dynamics.
But the labor unions are not having that at all. They are not having it at all. And because this is actually what played out, I think, in 2019, and they are just not having that at all.
Yeah.
That it has to be done at a tripartite level, and that, at a national level, that you can't allow the states to begin to negotiate their own minimum wage.
No, see, if you notice that time, I even liked the labor union at that point in time. They had facts, they had things to throw around, show in the income dynamics of states, how much the wage bills were, and then what they needed to do. So, but at this point in time, I don't think this particular labor union, I'm sorry to say, I don't think they are ready to have this conversation, because if they had facts, it makes it difficult for the Governors Forum to say what they just said after their meeting, because they would have been able to do the analysis, say in Zamfara State, this is your income, this is what we see, based on productivity, you should be able to pay this amount of money. And realistically, that should occur. So mine is, if we're having conversation as if we are just having, people just sitting in a room to have a conversation. No, first of all, you do your mapping, know the kind of people, the kind of conversation you're going into, have your facts, empirical evidence, and then you can now sit down and have your conversation. But for me, at this time, the conversation is not robust, and it's not making so much sense.
Nelson, everyone agrees, even the governors too agree that that there should be a pay rise, that you should have an increase in what people earn, especially in the national minimum wage now. But the issue is by how much. That's where the issue is, by how much, because the governors have said, look, yes, there's a need to raise wages, but the issue is by how much. But with what is playing out now, how do you think this can be resolved?
Well, like I said, we are back where we were before. That's a song by an Afro musician. But be that as it may, for me, I'm worried that as much as I am not begrudging Labour for asking for a wage raise in view of the economic realities, I believe there are some, indices in the economy that should be paramount. And this has been my concern over the years whenever there's this demand for wage increase. I talk about the cost of living, the cost of, foodstuffs, transportation, housing, education, health. I believe a serious labor union should be able to, put on its thinking cap and say, this is the only way that whatever raise we get, will not pale to nothingness. Because severally, even when government has increased wages, it becomes something that cannot even take the worker from the office or from the factory to the bus stop. So how do we address the soaring food inflation that is bedeviling us? If no matter what you earn, I recollect somebody was telling me when he started work, he was earning less than 1,000 naira, and with 1,000 naira, he could afford to take a car loan, he could afford 3-bedroom flats. But is that the case now? Absolutely not. So I expect Labour to put on its thinking cap. It should not be about wage increase. Those indices that, consumes whatever wage you are earning are the things we need to address.
So
and in that way,
but shouldn't the government too put on its own thinking cap to say, look, how do we address this problem? Because the way it is, you look at all this issue about, it's like you're throwing money at the problem. It really doesn't solve it. I understand your point. But then shouldn't the government too put on its thinking cap to say, look, how do we address this problem other than, throwing money at it? How do we, for instance, bring down the cost of foodstuff? How do we bring down the cost of transportation? How do we bring down the cost of living generally? That should be the remit of the government anyway. I
agree that the government also has a role to play, but bringing down the cost of these things is a collective responsibility. And as a labor union, when you are aggregating your demands, you must also be able to aggregate the way forward. Your demands should not only be about what you earn, because if you look at the organized labor, for example, they constitute just about 5% of the workforce, the working population in Nigeria. Over 90% of the working population are in the informal sector and the private sector. We're talking about 60,000 naira that was offered by the federal government. Thinking Just like you rightly said, I thought it was an agreement from the tripartite committee, only for us to, for the fact to now, shoot out that 60,000 was the proposal from the federal government. You want to ask, what was the proposal from the state governments? What was the proposal from the private sector? Because as we are now, if we continue to insist on this wage increase, definitely there will be job loss. A lot of private sector, employers will have to, trim down their workforce. Even the states, as we speak, 5 years after the enactment
anyway,
of the
but
law.
that is if they choose to comply.
Even at 30,000 naira, they are not complying.
That is if they. But Ogbonna, where do we go from here? How can all of this issue be resolved? How can we avoid the next strike action?
Now, Labour needs to understand that they have a job to do. As also the government all realizes that they have a job to do. Now, the job is, first things first, there has to be that agreement. We have to all sit down and agree that we have not done a good job at all levels. So Labour must go back and do its analysis to find out what is the realistic wage that they should be earning. Two, they also need to talk about being productive, because when you talk about productivity, it's actually centered around the bureaucracy, which is the labor itself that will do the work. So they need to also be able to tax themselves. These are the things we intend to do going forward as we receive these monies. These are the things we want to do to help the country to become solvent, to help the economy to become, stronger. Then again, lastly, the labor needs to also know that they are the only component of this whole conversation that have been consistent. So if refineries did not work, it's not the executive that made it not to work or the politicians that made it not to work. So they should stop having arguments about what a senator is earning and what. No, that's not the conversation. They are the ones who, if they had done their job in making refineries work, I'm looking forward to that day that a labor union will go on strike because someone in the executive arm of government gave an instruction that is anti-productivity, and they decided to go on strike because of that. So those are the kind of labor we are looking forward to. The kind of labor we see in other parts of the world where you see the productivity, taking the front burner in conversation.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. And this time we'll be talking to someone in the private sector to get their own view on this whole drama now that is unfolding over the national minimum wage. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Well, let's discuss this some more. I'm now being joined on the program by Adewale Oyenride, who is the Director General of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Thank you very much, Mr. Adewale, for your time. You look at the way this whole issue about the new national minimum wage is playing out now. I'm just wondering, in the whole of this discussion, where exactly is the place of the private sector that you represent? Because it would appear now that the negotiation has been mainly between the federal government and the labor union. So where is your role at this crucial stage?
Thank you very much for the question. The reality of the minimum wage is that it is driven by a tripartite. the employers, the organized labor, and then government. It cannot be completed without those three being together, embarking in this consultative process. It cannot be completed. The moment one party is not there, it is a bipartite agreement, which is allowable. Bipartite means two people agreeing, negotiating, consultatively engaging, which is agreeable, which is okay, which is allowable in the context of the ILO. So, but for the national minimum wage, globally, it is a tripartite arrangement between the employer, the workers, and then the government. Why have we been a bit silent? I think we are more, we are more attuned to the realities of the situation. We are more attuned to the dictates and the courtesies demanded of this kind of negotiation. It is not a public engagement, It's meant to be a consultation between three parties. And those three parties are supposed to meet in a room and consultatively engage, come up with a position, a recommendation to the president. So it is not technically, it shouldn't be a media war or a paparazzi kind of thing. Unfortunately, it has been taken to that realm. Why we are not satisfied with it or we are not comfortable with it, because it is a tripartite issue, and our view is that, look, the tripartite should be allowed to exhaust that mechanism before an external party, quote unquote, will come and breach that process. That's where we have found ourselves, but definitely we have not been quiet. We have restricted our engagement significantly to the table in the National Minimum Wage Committee level.
How then do you merge everything to come up with a definitive template that is acceptable, or a final template now that is acceptable and agreeable to everyone, especially to the labor unions? It's a bit complex.
Now, we don't have to agree. That's what we should understand. We're not involved in collective bargaining. What we are doing is a consultative process where everybody bring their figures and you try as much as practicable to arrive at the consensus. Now, if you are not arriving at the consensus, what we are sending to the president is a recommendation. It's not to put a gun in his head. It's a recommendation of this is what the tripartite has done. And that is what happened in 2019. In 2019, organized labor and the private sector, which we represented then, agreed on 30,000. Then the state governors came and said, look, they can't pay 30,000. They are only going to pay 22,000. While the private sector and labor agreed 30, the governor said, look, it is 22 that they can afford. So the committee chair prepared this report and made a recommendation of 30,000 to the federal government. Now, if you check the report of that 2029 national minimum wage negotiation, the 6 governors, they did not sign that report. They didn't sign the report. It was signed between the private sector and organized labor significantly.
That's the 2019 agreement, you mean?
The governors did not sign. So that's because we don't have to, it's not an agreement, we're not involved in a collective bargaining process. Our work is to meet as much as possible, come up with a consensus, and if you can't agree at the consensus, because the process cannot be inconclusive forever. So we must make a recommendation to the president to say, look, these are the figures that this person recommended. This is the figure from this person. This is the figure from this person. Then the president, who is the commander-in-chief, he has the sole responsibility, the sole discretion to accept the figure that the committee recommended or to reject it. It is his work, his prerogative to pick a figure, to say, look, from my best judgment and for what I have seen, this is the figure that I'm passing to the National Assembly for legislative action, which might involve a public hearing. So any of us that also have issues can still approach the legislature to say, look, we don't agree with this, with what the president have done. Then after the public hearing, it either sails through and come a law that the National Assembly will send to the president for his assent. So those are the processes it will follow. It's not a hard and fast rule of 2 + 2 = 4. Those processes have to be followed, and the expectation is that we all subject ourselves to those processes.
The last time we heard from the private sector was that you made an offer of 57,000 naira. Have you pushed up that offer? Have you pushed it up? Where exactly, what offer do you have on the table now?
Our offer, painfully, sacrificially, was 60,000. The last one we made was 60,000. And that's where we stand. And it is easy to understand. What we offered is 100% increase. That's 60,000 from 30,000. And if you look at the current situation of organized businesses, if you look at the challenges that we currently face, you agree with us that 60,000, it is quite sacrificial.
Absolutely. So if the government says, look, okay, it's going to be 75,000 or 100,000 or 200,000, what then would you do?
When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it.
It's a very complex negotiation, no doubt at all. But all the same,
Absolutely.
Thank you very much,
bridge,
Mr. Adewale Oyerude, the Director General of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away. Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, an intriguing political drama is unfolding in Kaduna State, where the State House of Assembly has recommended the prosecution of the immediate past governor of the state, Nasir El-Rufai, for corruption during his tenure as governor for 2 terms between 2015 and 2023. The recommendation comes after the Assembly submitted a report indicting El-Rufai for abuse of office, awarding contracts without due process, diverting public funds, and excessive borrowing, which, according to the lawmakers, now left the state heavily indebted. The lawmakers also said their decision followed the investigation of the ad hoc committee set up by the House, led by Henry Zakaria. The report submitted by Zakaria during Wednesday's plenary faulted El-Rufai's administration on the multi-billion naira loans it obtained for the state. The report recommended that El-Rufai be further investigated by security operatives and anti-graft agencies. Joining me now to discuss this further is the chairman of Human and Environmental Development Agenda, HEDA, Lanre Suraj, who joins us from the United States of America. Lanre, thank you very much for your time and thanks for joining us on the program. Well, this is actually coming as a big surprise, and for some people, it's actually a clear point, that all is not well between El-Rufai and the man he helped to come to power, and that's the incumbent governor, Sani. What do you make of all of this?
I think what I can make from all of this is the development that we should actually also seriously embrace as Nigerians. I mean, this is part of the things that we want to see in terms of promoting accountability and also good governance. This is coming on the heels of what we've seen in Rivers, where you see Fubara also threatening to investigate what happened with his godfather and predecessor, Nyesom Wike. And that really is what we should be having in democracy. It is not just going to be a function of because you either help the person to emerge as your successor, it means all your atrocities could then be covered or forgotten.
But honestly, do you think this is just about? Sorry to interject, Lanre. Do you think this is just about? This is actually about democracy, transparency, and all of that, or is just about politics? Gone wrong. That it's just about a political fight. So it's really not about the fight against corruption, so to say.
No, I mean, you would really find, so when you want to understand the fight against corruption, the fight against corruption does not just happen in a vacuum. If you leave the political elite, there wouldn't be any fight against corruption. There would always be conspiracy and collaboration, and then also cover up. So the elite and then the political structure does not fight corruption in its own. They thrive on corruption. So we would have to continue instigating and praying for this kind of situation to happen if we want to have good governance and then also democracy. So either they fall out, either it is going wrong or it's gone wrong. We need to have something like this that would allow for the interrogation of what must be the activities of people in office. So if we're lucky enough and we have someone that would come, unlike what you have, I mean, you are even seeing some of that at the national level. So some of the ministers, you see Adi Sirika also being brought to book or to account by the current government. You see some of the other ones that are also being investigated. We need to have that, even though they belong to the same political party or they succeeded one another. It has to be things that we must encourage. So we don't allow them to escape this by claiming that, it is because of politics or no. It should be the standard in governance. You should be able to give accounts to whatever it is that happened while you were in office. And if we continue to have that trajectory of, once you have someone that comes into office, the one that you have in Lagos is an anathema. That is something that we should wish against, where you have all the governors, none of them checking and investigating what happened with the predecessor in office. No, that is not good governance. That is not democracy. That is just a complete cover-up and mismanagement of our resources. Check the Lagos system. You would see how a new government or a new governor would abandon what the former governor has been doing and then goes to a new project. You don't even know what cost is that to the people or even to the taxpayer. I mean, that is not governance. There must be the accountability to know why do you abandon a project of your former predecessor in office, and then why are you embarking on a new one? If there's been corruption, we must get to the root of it. And for that reason, it is for me, and that should not be allowed by an average Nigerian. If there are cases to answer, it should be answered. We're seeing it in Kano, where the current governor, because we would say it's because they are in different political parties. Fine, that is when we have this. So now that we're having it within the same party, we should celebrate that and encourage them. I encourage Governor Fubara to go the whole hog and investigate what happened on that weekend. And I would still do the same with the Kaduna people and the same other states where we have element of a mismanagement of public funds.
Now, the former governor has actually responded, and I just want to read a part of what he said, and let me get your reaction to that. He said that Malam Nasir El-Rufai is immensely proud of his record of governance and the legacy he left in Kaduna State. Now, this was a statement now issued on his behalf by his spokesperson, that this record is consistently high performance in public and private offices now. Cannot be altered by any malicious effort to use the auspices of a state legislature now for defamation and undeserved smear. Many of the officials who served in the El-Rufai government appeared before the ad hoc committee because of their confidence in the quality of their services and of their service and the rectitude which they served Kaduna State. They were under no illusion that they were participating in a fair process. It was obvious that the ad hoc committee was merely going through the motions of an inquiry just to give some gloss to predetermined conclusions. What would be your reaction to that? Because obviously the governor is saying that, the former governor now saying that, look, that
the work of that ad hoc committee that conducted the investigation was predetermined, that they were working to an answer?
Without my saying for any reason or coming to the conclusion that Malam El-Rufai is guilty or not until possibly what we would want to adopt with the Nigerian system of assessing this situation, of saying until when the court pronounces such. I think it is very difficult, and I stand to be corrected, for any governor in Nigeria to actually go through the crucible of investigation, and there will be no infraction. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible. So there's no illusion about that. Let us not deceive ourselves. That is number one. Number two, one of the best things that would have been done is for the former governor to respond to all those allegations one after the other, without just coming to the conclusion of political persecution or working to an answer. I mean, these are just normal. People will issue this statement. I mean, you've heard even former president of the United States almost every day, disparaging even the court and the judge until he was found guilty. He's still accusing people of, even accusing the president of the United States of being behind it. So people are capable of coming up with all manners of political defense for allegation or even charges of atrocities. And so that for me is not the way to respond or even deal with this issue. I mean, somebody is talking about his signature being forged to obtain some loans and then also the rest of that. These are very critical issues to respond and deal with. It's not the kind of situation that you want to deal with it and say, oh, okay, this is based on, yes, there are political differences, no doubt. And without that, the truth would never come out. So that much we must establish and also know. Without there being this wrangling and fallout, the Nigerians would never be opportune to know the truth about what happened within the political elite and political class, political parties and also government. So this for us is where we would ask either EFCC or ICPC to take it forward, or the Attorney General of Kaduna State to approach the court with the evidence that they have to approach the court and then prosecute the case. And then it can be defended before the court, unfortunately, very sadly. And I just mentioned this to one of our friends at a discussion forum, that you would be shocked that even with Adi Sirika that I mentioned earlier, where the daughter and the in-laws. Hello? Can you hear me?
Go on, I can hear you.
Yeah, where the daughter and the in-law were accused of, awarding contracts to themselves and then also nepotism. You will be shocked at the number of lawyers who would go to court to go and try to dissuade, the court from relying on those overwhelming evidence that will be presented before the court. So sometimes even our court is not so reliable, but it is still the only way that you can give people the opportunity to actually go and ventilate, whatever it is they have as reservation, allegation, and the rest of that.
But what do you make of this? The issue of the loans, for instance, that the lawmakers talked about. That look, some of these loans were actually also approved by the incumbent governor when he was a member of the National Assembly as a Senate, because the Senate, of course, had to approve some of these loans, especially the foreign components of the loans. And that this governor, the current governor now, was in the National Assembly at the time, and as a senator, he sat over and gave approval for some of these loans to be taken. And now he's turning around to conduct, this investigation and indicting a process that he actually took part in.
Oh yeah, so that we should deal with in two different folds. So the fact that the current governor also sat and approved the loan request does not mean that he's also culpable in what eventually happened with the loan. So the loan would have been procured with the genuine interest of serving the people of Kaduna State, And then because it was not managed by the National Assembly or supervised by the National Assembly, then it goes to the state. So the state governor and his other colleagues at the states are then responsible for accounting for what they did with the money. So that immediately after the approval, the National Assembly is almost completely free of any responsibility or connection with the utilization of the loan. That is number one. Number two, if for peradventure, the current governor is also indicted in the process of the implementation or the utilization of the fund, then that should be brought to the public knowledge. It should also be properly indicted. And the law does not prevent either the assembly or the law enforcement agencies from investigating a serving governor. It only cannot be prosecuted. It's not even just that those proceeds of crime cannot be forfeited. They can actually be forfeited under the non-conviction asset forfeiture, pending when he's out of office for prosecution. So it is not sufficient. It is not a defense that, he was there or he was a member or he was party to the process of approval. Approval is different from implementation. I'm not sure if the problem is that the approval was wrongly done, but it's about the implementation and utilization of those funds. And the another angle, like I mentioned earlier, is also where you talk about there's someone also claiming that his signature was forged to procure some of the approval. That is another challenge that actually needs to be defended.
Well, we'll wait and see how it all goes. Lanre Suraj, Chairman of Human and Environmental Development Agenda, thanks a lot for your time and thanks for coming on the show.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Take a break. We'll be right back. And go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Budget, a civic tech organization, has expressed concern at the country's performance in the 2023 Open Budget Survey conducted by the International Budget Partnership, where the country scored lower than the global average of 45 out of 100 in the Open Budget Index, ranking below Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Sierra Leone, and Benin. Now, according to the 2023 survey, despite a 24% global increase in transparency, Nigeria scored 31 out of 100 in transparency, 19 out of 100 in public participation, and 61 out of 100 in institutional oversight. Budget says Nigeria's disappointing performance is primarily due to the government's failure to promptly publish in-year reports and media reviews online and adopt innovative public participation practices. Now, the development comes despite President Bola Tinubu's efforts to boost fiscal transparency. Reacting to the survey, Nigeria's country manager of International Budget Partnership, Olayinka Babalola, says Nigeria's scores in the OBS 2023 survey provides a unique opportunity to identify areas for improvement and reflect on how the government can build on the gains made in previous years to make budgetary processes more transparent and participatory while increasing oversight on how public funds are raised and spent. Joining me now to discuss this is Babalola herself, who is a country manager for Nigeria. That's the International Budget Partnership. She joins us from Abuja. Olayinka, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the show. Let me start by asking, let's start from the good thing that Nigeria would appear to have done in the 2023 index now, getting 61% in terms of institutional oversight. That must be something very positive. So let's start from there. What exactly did we do right to earn us this high score, if you like, even though some would say 61 is not so fantastic, but then it's something good.
Thank you so much for having me on your show. So like you said, we're discussing the Open Budget Survey, which is the flagship product of the International Budget Partnership. It's a survey that we produce every 2 years. It's a biennial survey. And essentially, we are looking at ways in which government has been improving in terms of governance and being accountable to the citizens by looking at 3 indicators, which you have mentioned. So transparency, participation of the public in the budget process from start to finish, and then oversight. So narrowing down to the oversight issue, essentially in that particular measure, we're looking at legislative oversight. So essentially how the legislative arm of government oversees the budget process. And of course, that legislative oversight, it occurs right from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. And then when we talk about the other angle, it's looking at what the Supreme Audit Institution, in Nigeria's case, that's the Office of the Auditor General, does in terms of producing audit reports. That's at the end of the year, after all the spending has been done. The Supreme Audit Institution is expected to produce a report which is available to the public and which is also presented to the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly, who ask questions on, what are the areas where, for example, there have been irregularities or infractions, and then a plan is developed to correct those. Now, as you mentioned, Nigeria had maintained that level. So we got 61 in the previous round of the survey in 2021, and we maintained that at 61. And that's mainly because of, the work that the National Assembly does in terms of its oversight functions. Unfortunately, if you look at the audit end of it, the most recent audit report we have is for 2020. And so there's still a lot more work to be done there. So although we got a score which is considered adequate in terms of how the survey is rated, we still have much work to do in terms of improving our oversight functions. Thank you.
So this is obviously some kind of credit now. I'm still talking about that 61%. This is some kind of credit now for the national legislature that at least to some extent their oversight has been, maybe not to use the word fantastic, but then has been quite good.
Yes, but even with that, there is still room for improvement. So for example, if we look at the participation angle, what tends to happen in Nigeria is that CSOs are called in at the start of the process. So typically when the what we call the pre-budget document is being prepared, that's the medium-term expenditure framework and the fiscal strategy paper, usually the minister will present that to the public and CSOs participate. Also when the budget proposal is presented and even when the budget is enacted, there's a presentation by the minister. But then as we move into implementation, we see that that public participation tends to reduce. And that's when the National Assembly tends to do a lot of oversight work. So for example, if there's a public hearing for maybe a particular ministry or, generally by the Joint Finance or Appropriations Committees, many times the public doesn't get adequate notice of those hearings to be able to prepare. Because the idea is not just that you bring people into a room and then they just listen to the executive and legislative just exchanging ideas. You want the public to also be able to make contributions to that process because the budget is for the people of Nigeria. So there's room to actually, increase public participation at every step of the process, right down to the audit process as well.
And it's actually the reason why Nigeria scored just 19 out of 100 when it comes to participation in the budgetary process.
Exactly. We need to do so much more work there. So I have to say that public participation is actually a global problem because the global average, according to the survey, is 15. So Nigeria even performed a little higher than the global average, but still the 19 out of 100 is still quite low. And so, like I said, we shouldn't see public participation as just a box-ticking exercise, just to be able to say, oh, we have invited this and this civil society organization. They need to be involved in the process. We need to seek their active input into the process, because the budget is supposed to serve all of us, and is supposed to be able to provide goods and services that Nigerians really need and want.
Transparency is a very big deal, and when there's no transparency now in the budgetary process, I mean, such a budget would lack, if you like, confidence and believability and what have you. And in this case, Nigeria is scoring 31 out of 100. Certainly, that's not too good. What exactly is wrong here? What is the country not doing right?
Yeah, so if you look at previous years, you see that over the years, Nigeria had actually been improving in terms of transparency. So we hit a high in 2021, scoring 45, but unfortunately, the scores declined to 31 in 2023. And what we found is that this decline was mainly due to documents not being published on time on the government website. So for the transparency measure, we look at 8 key budget documents that the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning and the Budget Office should make available to the public. So for the transparency score, we're looking at, first of all, the availability of the document online, the timeliness of making the document available, and then the comprehensiveness. So that's the amount of information that is contained in the document. So this time around, what happened was that the in-year reports, which are the budget implementation reports, were not submitted in time to be able to count towards the survey. And so these reports are actually produced, and so all we need to do is ensure that they are placed online in time to be counted towards the survey. And I should also mention that, you know, a lot of our public finance activities are guided by national laws. We have the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and that act requires that those reports, the in-year reports, should get to the Budget Office website a month after the completion of a quarter. And the requirement for the Open Budget Survey is actually 3 months. So that means that the requirements of the Open Budget Survey are less stringent. So I believe that these are areas that we can actually improve on in the short to medium term, because this is something that government has been doing consistently for a while.
Now, let me even ask you, are you doing something at all? I mean, apart from national budgets now, are you doing something at all about state budgets, especially for a country, Nigeria? Because these state budgets are also very important, or you're just concentrated on national budgets?
Yeah, so right now we only concentrate on national budgets because, you know, the Open Budget Survey is a worldwide survey. It covers, this round of the survey covered 125 countries. So you can imagine the volume of work involved if we were going to go to the subnational level.
and watched closely. This report has details. President Bola Tinubu marked the 25th anniversary of unbroken democracy in Nigeria with a compelling speech where he shared his vision for the country to hopeful citizens at the Eagle Square, Abuja. While reflecting on the nation's journey from the struggles of military rule to becoming Africa's most populous democracy, Tinubu paid tribute to the heroes of democracy in the country. He acknowledged the contributions of pro-democracy activists, journalists and media establishments in fighting against military dictatorship.
Despite the leather might of the authoritarian government, what appeared to be high and unyielding walls of dictatorship came tumbling down. The dismal fortress exists no longer. The power of an idea, the power of
Displaying placards bearing inscriptions of their cause, the protesters voiced their discontent with the current situation, calling for a reversal of policies that have exacerbated hardship and hunger among the populace.
Today, over 30%, well, that was last year. On the basis of the past 12 months and what we are seeing, then you can actually realize that possibly nearly double of that would be, even poorer now. And that is why we think that we have to come out to express our displeasure, to demand that those policies must be reversed. We think that Nigeria has enough wealth to make life better for its people. Nigeria is rich, both in mineral resources and in human capital. While we continue to remain in this condition of squalor, in an ocean of opulence, is the policy of capitalism that series of governments in Nigeria are implementing. That policy fundamentally cannot make life better for all. It can only make the wealth of this country to enrich a few. And that is why we are where we are. What we are coming out to say is that those capitalist policies must end. We need a system change. We need a socialist change. We need Nigeria's wealth to be utilized to make life better for all.
The protesters say a social change which prioritizes the well-being of the people is critical, adding that the nation's wealth should be harnessed for the benefit of all, not just a select few.
It is so pathetic that in 21st century democracy that we pretend to be practicing, that the police, the DSS, the military, they were all releasing statements. Even the time of Boko Haram and kidnapping in Kaduna, they have not released their number of statements that have been released within 24 hours. Just because you don't want people to demonstrate, people to show their grievances that they are hungry. If we are under a true democracy, the governor should be here. The president should also send his representative to be here to come and listen to the plight of the people. If you say that you are for the government of the masses, you must be able to listen to their grievances. One thing is that you cannot beat a child and also determine how the child will cry. The Tinubu regime is flogging us with koboko, and we have the audacity, we have the right, we have everything to cry the way we feel that we are being paid.
That is why Nigerians are now not crying and shouting to the president, to find a lasting solution. Everything, is very hard for this country. Everything, is hard. We cannot continue like this. That is why the president will do something very, very drastic, and find a lasting solution, to this hunger.
Other demands made by the protesters include addressing the structural defects of the Nigerian economy, finding lasting solutions to epileptic power supply, as well as tackle insecurity headlong for the safety of Nigerians. Victoria Akonde, TV360 Lagos.
In a bid to boost support for the Tinubu-led administration, the Mandate Group, under the aegis of the All Progressives Congress (APC), has set off to raise 40 million members across the nation. The group's intentions were made known at a rally held at Police College Ikeja, Lagos, in commemoration of Nigeria's 25 years of democracy on Wednesday, June 12. Speaking at the rally, the leader of Mandate Group emphasized the significant role played in ensuring sustained leadership of the Tinubu Group in Lagos, while ensuring the incursion of the Tinubu Group into the southwest and the subsequent emergence of Tinubu as president of Nigeria.
Nigeria still facing very difficult challenges, but your sticky intervention in certain areas the past year cannot be denied. Some of these striking achievements are the student loan remains a milestone, where more than 60,000 applications from poor and indigenous students from across the country. The construction of Lagos-Calabar Highway, this will not on that open the business potential in Nigeria. Forever 50,000 Nigeria are expected to be direct and indirect beneficiaries of this project.
The support group called the Mandate, they have been able to deliver over the years. And because they have been able to deliver, there has been continuity in Lagos State. That continuity
is part of the strategic planning of Asiwaju. Yes. Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu is a political juggernaut. Yes. Among the strategies in this country.
During the 2023 presidential electioneering campaign that eventually ushered in our great leader as president, the Mandate Movement led and organized the mother of all rally that held the people of Lagos State. The Mandate Movement stands as the most dominant political group in Lagos and the southwestern part of Nigeria. A powerful testament to our enduring impact and significance in shaping the region's political landscape.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has urged Nigerians to disregard the version of the Nigeria We Hail Thee anthem currently being circulated by the National Orientation Agency. Akpabio disclosed this shortly after the rendition of the new anthem by the lawmakers after plenary was adjourned to July 2 for Salah break. According to the Senate President, the version of the new anthem being circulated by the Orientation Agency is in contrast to what was approved and passed by the National Assembly. After the second rendition of the national anthem at the close of the day's sitting, Akpabio reiterated that the version of the new anthem approved and passed by the National Assembly remains the only recognized version.
When you have Nigerians all are proud to say, let's say Nigerians all are proud to say, that's number one. They should be out. And when we have said, those tribes and tongues may differ, they said those tribes and tongues. I hope you understand. And then at the end, when we said, Nigeria shall be blessed, they don't say so. They said Nigeria be blessed. This country shall be blessed. So tell the National Orientation Agency to drop what they are celebrating now.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Senate has approved a 1.911 trillion naira budget for the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for the 2024 fiscal year. The approval followed a report presented by the Senate Committee on NDDC, chaired by Senator Asukwo Ekpeyong. The committee outlined that the NDDC budget will be funded through contributions from oil companies, proceeds from the Ecological Fund, and the federal government. The funding plan includes borrowing 1 trillion naira, with the federal government contributing 324.8 billion naira, the Ecological Fund providing 25 billion naira, and oil companies contributing 375 billion naira.
In essence, unpaid arrears by federal government and recoveries by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, 170 billion. All companies' contribution and Nigerian liquefied natural others, 375 billion. Ecological funds, 25 billion. Borrowings, 1 trillion. Other internally realized income, 5 billion. Total revenue, 111 billion, 844 million, 833,046 naira. That the Senate do consider and approve the year 2024 budget proposal for the Niger Delta Development Commission in the sum of 1 trillion 900.
Mr. President, I have one observation. Yes. Very important observation. The NNDC is borrowing 1 trillion naira. And I doubt very much if this has been presented in the borrowing plan. Normally, if the federal government wants to borrow money, it either presents it through the borrowing plan, or Mr. President will forward a request to the National Assembly, asking the National Assembly to approve the borrowing of 1 trillion naira.
With regard to the technical question raised by Senator Alelo, for whom I have a lot of respect, I think my recollection, I've not been here for too many years, but when we appropriate we pass an appropriation law that provides for deficit. Subsequently, the president will write, as necessary, to ask the Senate to approve a borrowing plan. Not the other way around. You don't borrow without stating the purpose. So when we have passed the bill, which says that part of the money will be borrowed, in my view and from my limited experiences I've been here, we can, when the president so requests, consider the request to borrow 1 billion or 1 trillion naira. I don't see fundamental contradiction.
The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has presented 2.5 billion naira in insurance payouts to the widows and next of kin of policemen who died in the line of duty. The checks were handed over to the relatives of 563 deceased officers at a ceremony held at the police headquarters in Abuja. The IGP, Egbetokun, who handled the disbursement, says that the funds were distributed under the Group Life Assurance Policy for the 2018-2019 period, aimed at supporting the families of those who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving the nation. He expressed hope that the financial assistance would alleviate some of the hardships faced by the bereaved families. On her part, Force Insurance Officer CSP Lydia Ame praised the IGP for his dedication to ensuring timely payment of insurance claims to the families of fallen officers.
Repay the debt of gratitude we owe them. Through these initiatives, we seek to honor their memory and provide some relief to you, their families. I must reiterate that the welfare of police officers remains paramount to this administration. As we endeavor to enhance the conditions under which they serve, we must also ensure that their families are not forgotten, particularly during times of need. We are committed to continually evolving new welfare schemes and revitalizing existing ones to adequately support the families of our fallen heroes while improving the service conditions of serving officers. On assuming office, I pledge to prioritize the needs and welfare of every policeman, whether serving, retired, or deceased. Foremost among our priorities is enhancing police pensions, addressing the enduring calls for improved pension earnings by retired officers.
The effort of our underwriters and brokers for their understanding and cooperation, and to urge them to not rest on their oath as ensuring timely payment of claim is to our beneficiaries. To the family of our departed heroes, I wish to sincerely convey the heartfelt sympathy. We know that no amount of money can reverse your loss, but we hope that this check presentation today will go a long way toward alleviating some of the financial burdens you bear. In closing, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olukayode Adolu Egbetokun, PhD, NPM, and his management team for their exceptional leadership and relentless effort in prioritizing the welfare and overall well-being of the personnel of the force.
We'll take a break here, but in other stories, federal government reroutes Lagos-Calabar Highway project, slashes lanes to 6. Stay with us for details. News Now will return shortly. Welcome back. Here's a quick recap of our top stories. As Nigeria marks 25 years of uninterrupted democracy, President Bola Tinubu has charged leaders to recommit to the values of inclusivity, accountability, and transparency in a bid to guarantee a flourishing and enduring nation. In his speech on Wednesday, June 12, Tinubu reflected on the nation's journey from the struggles of military rule to becoming Africa's most populous democracy. According to him, democracy is a journey that must be constantly nurtured and watched closely. We also told you that the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has urged Nigerians to disregard the version of the Nigeria We Hail Thee current anthem currently being circulated by the National Orientation Agency. Akpabio disclosed this shortly after the rendition of the new anthem by the lawmakers after plenary was adjourned to July 2 for Salah break. According to the Senate President, the version of the new anthem being circulated by the Orientation Agency is in contrast to what was approved and passed by the National Assembly. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. It's now time for business and stock market report. Opeyemi Owusheni has the latest. What's the latest on Democracy Day?
Thank you, Salah. Of the Nigerian Data Commission, Islam fines amount to 400 million naira on 4 banks. 3 other companies for infractions related to breaches of citizens' data. Commissioner of NDPC Vincent Olatunji disclosed this during an interactive session with journalists to mark the first anniversary of the signing into law of the Nigerian Data Protection Commission Act by President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The commissioner reviewed that over the past year, 1,000 financial institutions, insurance companies, firms have undergone investigations from breaches of citizens' data. He also said there were ongoing investigations concerning data infractions. Still in the world of business, the federal government says it has rerouted 100-kilometer Lagos-Calabar coastal path to avoid any possible damage to subsea cables belonging to telecommunication companies. The government also said it has seized the project size from 10 lanes to 6 as a cost-saving measure for the legacy project. Minister of Works David Umahi, who in a meeting with contractors on Tuesday in Abuja, said the government had disbursed a total sum of 10 billion naira as compensation to property owners affected by the demolition necessary for the construction of the highway. Well, that's it on business news. There will be no stock market reports today as the markets are closed because of the Democracy Day holiday. Back to you, Simisola, for the rest of the news.
Thank you very much, Opeyemi. And on the foreign scene, at least 41 people have died in a fire which swept through a building that housed workers in Kuwait on Wednesday morning. Officials say the blaze appeared to be linked to code violations. Authorities say the fire has been brought under control while investigations are ongoing. The southern Mangap district is heavily populated with foreign laborers, but there is no immediate information on the nationality of the casualties. According to local media reports, Deputy Prime Minister Sheikh Fahad Al-Yusuf Al-Sabah has confirmed the toll and ordered the arrest of the building's owner during a visit to the site. Russia and Belarus have begun the second stage of tactical nuclear weapons as part of Moscow's efforts to discourage the West from up support for Ukraine. Russia announced the exercises last month after French President Emmanuel Macron said he will not deploying troops to Ukraine under certain conditions, while the United States and some other NATO allies said Kyiv was allowed to use Western-supplied weapons on targets in border areas of Russia. In the drills that began on Tuesday, the Russian Ministry of Defense said the exercise was aimed at maintaining the readiness of personnel and equipment to ensure the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the alliance between Russia and Belarus. And on sports, overtaking Ghana in Group I of the African qualifiers for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This follows Comoros' massive 2-0 victory over Chad on Tuesday when the nation's team locked horns with Chad at the Municipal Stadium of Uja in a round 4 fixture of Group. Following the 2-0 win at full-time, Comoros is above Ghana in the standings as a result of goal difference and
Hello and welcome to 360 Health on TV360 Nigeria. Thank you for staying with us. I am Ogechukwu Okekwe. The World Health Organization has said half of the world total population does not have access to essential health care despite global efforts. According to the global body's Director General, Tedros Ghebreyesus, a significant number of people are excluded from health care and about 2 billion people face financial hardship due to out-of-pocket health spending. Tedros said this at the 77th World Health Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland. The assembly, which was world leaders in attendance, is themed All for Health, Health for All. At the event, Tedros said there is a regression in the rate of financial protection of citizens seeking health care at a global level. The Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pati, has provided some hope for Nigerian health professionals, promising adjustments in their wages very soon. The minister made this declaration on the 4th anniversary of President Bola Tinubu. Over the years, health professionals in Nigeria have several times complained of low wages as well as non-payment of their hazard allowance, among others. This has in many occasions led to industrial action, creating instability in the nation's health sector. As a result of the instability, some of these issues have created in the nation's health sector, many of Nigerian health professionals has mitigated to other countries, creating a brain drain sector. Speaking on the brain drain in the health sector, however, the minister said that President Bola Tinubu's administration had taken some decisive policies which are now addressing that problem. Medical experts and civil society organizations have called on the federal government to fully implement the graphic health warning on tobacco packaging and labeling. According to them, this is an effective way to spread awareness, but the risks associated with tobacco products reduce consumption and be helpful for those with limited literacy skills. Newsmen observe that in Nigeria, while there are some graphic warnings on cigarettes and other non-for tobacco products like shisha and snuffs among others, meanwhile, the World Health Organization mandated the parties to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to put in place policies in tobacco product packaging to provide health warning, describing the harmful effects on tobacco use. We'll go on a short break, but don't go away. Welcome back. Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that occurs in the cells of the cervix, which is the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is primarily caused by persistent infection with high-risk type of human papillomavirus, HPVs. While HPV infections are common and often resolve on their own, persistent can lead to development of precancerous lesion, which if left untreated may progress to invasive cervical cancer. Well, joining me on the program to discuss further is Senior Registrar Department of Obstetric and Gynecologist at Federal Medical Center, Bida, Niger State, Dr. Afar Yusuf. Thank you for joining me on the program, Doctor. So majority know that cervical cancer occurs in the cervix. Can you expand on knowledge on what cervical cancer and how it develops?
Thank you very much. So cervical cancer literally means cancer of the mouth of the womb, which we refer to as the cervix. It is one of the most common causes of cancer deaths. This cancer occurs within the ages of, say, 15 to 59 years. It is also the second most common cancer cause of death in Nigeria, Africa, and even worldwide. It is a malignant disease or tumor that affects the mouth of the womb, which we refer to as the cervix. Now, this is a worrisome disease to us. In fact, currently, it has been seen as a disease of public health importance because cervical cancer is a preventable and curable disease, which has really bordered much on our women of reproductive age group, so to say, given the burden of about 500,000, about 500 million new cases every year, with about 300,000 deaths every year. And it will interest us to know that 90% of this mortality or death occur in developing nations, of which Nigeria is one of. By 2030, if care is not taken, the incidence, meaning that occurrence of new cases of this cancer, will increase to the tune of, say, 700,000, while the death is estimated to be about 400,000 if we don't do anything about the disease. So, according to WHO also, they said at least one woman dies of cervical cancer every 2 minutes. Each of them is a tragedy and the reason why we need to prevent it. And if you put mathematics to it, that means in 20 minutes, about 10 women would have died of cervical cancer. Now, out of these 10 women, 3 out of them is occurring in Africa. That's about 21%, so to say. This should really open our minds to how very important this disease is and how common it is in our environment, and to also say to us what are we doing as a country, what are we doing as a continent, and how do we entirely, as individuals, try to prevent or reduce the menace of cervical cancer.
So what would you say are the symptoms of these diseases?
Well, most times the symptoms of some of these ailments might not really be specific, but commonly what people with cervical cancer present with, because of the fact that it happens in, I've told us the age range at which cervical cancer occur. Most of them present with bleeding from their private part, from their vagina, which we call a vaginal bleeding. And most of this bleeding, many times, are either post-coital, after sexual intercourse with their spouses. Some of them will present to you with bleeding following that nature. Mind you, there are other things that could cause that kind of bleeding, but most importantly, when you are seeing a woman around, say, 40 years of age and all of that, you start thinking, what are the possible things that could lead to that, of which cervical cancer is one of. So sometimes, most of them present with post-coital bleeding, some of them present with intermenstrual bleeding, and also some of the, mostly, patients present with symptoms of vaginal discharge. So majorly, these are symptoms that they present with: vaginal discharge, irregular bleeding, post-coital bleeding, intermenstrual bleeding for those that are still having their menses, or some of them will present with weight loss and other symptoms of progression of the disease. Some might be anemic, meaning their blood level will be low at the time they are presenting. Some might look cachectic, and other more, or even some form of presentation following the progression or metastasis of the disease to other adjacent organs.
What are the main types of stages? What are the main types or stages of cervical cancer?
Okay, well, when you're talking about, we have classification of cervical cancer. We have the pre-malignant phase of cervical cancer. What we mean by pre-malignant phase of cervical cancer, it means that at that level, the progression has not reached a cancer stage. It's a process of getting into the cancer phase, and that's what we call pre-malignant or pre-invasive phase of the cancer. And that, which we call a cervical intraepithelial neoplasia, we have a stage 1, we have a type 1, type 2, type 3, or stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, however you want to call it. At this phase, this is the earliest form that you can get the stage 1 of the cervical intraepithelial neoplasia that we call CIN, or 2 or 3 of it, after which you have the tumor already eating up into the basement lining of the cells, entering deep into the cell, where we call the cervical cancer in situ, and you now start having the stages 1, 2, 3, 4. Either the tumor is within the mouth of the womb that we call the cervix, or it has extended beyond that and affecting the adjacent areas like the vagina, going to the uterus, and also the parametrium, or the parametrium, and also including the rectum, the bladder, the kidneys, and distant parts of the body. So that's how to put it into a stage so that people will understand how this disease will progress. Then also, the disease could either be in a form of what we call squamous cell carcinoma, adenocarcinoma, the commonest one, which is the squamous cell carcinoma. All of this, what malignant transformation means is that a cell layer is changed from what normally it is into another form, which we call dysplastic changes. So when you have these dysplastic changes around the cervix, it progresses gradually. Normally, the cells of the reproductive tract have their tissue origin.
So what would you say are the standard treatment options for cervical cancer, and how do treatment options vary depending on stages of cervical cancer?
Yes, so thank you. The options of treatment depends on the stage of the disease. Now, remember that I mentioned earlier that there is a pre-malignant phase of this disease, which we all are very happy if it is detected as early as that stage, because the treatment is better. The options are ablative therapies. You can do excisional therapy, meaning that you just take a look at where the lesion is and you use instruments. For example, we have the thermal ablation, using something to just put a heat on it, or you use a cold knife conization, or you just cut that particular area, either using a lid or lip, and you take the sample away.
So can you expand our knowledge on the risk factors to cervical cancer?
Yes, the risk factors to cervical cancer include those that have multiple sexual partners. The reason why this is a risk is because human papilloma virus is happens to be a culprit in the pathogenesis of cervical cancer. So, and this virus itself is transmissible majorly via sexual intercourse. So, those that have multiple sexual partners are at increased risk of cervical cancer. Those that have early sexual debut, meaning that early coitus have their sex at a very tender age, at early age, are also at risk of cervical cancer. Then cervical cancer will also occur in those that have HIV infection, because obviously from the low immunity and the fact that there's what we call HIV attributable disease and HIV associated cancer. So, and I think about 5% of cervical cancer are associated with HIV. Then also there is a low immunity in those individuals, making it easy for the human papilloma virus itself to thrive in them, and also make it easy for the progression of the disease. So these are some of the risk factors of cervical cancer. Of course, the age group at which you get the cervical cancer, majorly I've already said it, that 15 to 59 years mostly. Getting to that, the other extreme is when you find the disease. So that is also a risk factor to the development of cervical cancer, among others.
So how does this HPV relate to cervical cancer, and how does HPV vaccines play in preventing cervical cancer?
Okay, so the human papilloma virus that we call it, I want to believe we understand what a virus is, tiny organism within the system. And what it does, there are different strains, I think about 130 strains of this disease. Now, among them, we have the ones that are low risk to us in terms of causing cervical cancer, those that are high risk in terms of causing cervical cancer. So the low risk ones are the 6, 11, and all of that, while the high risk are the strains of 16 and 18. So what they do is that they enter into the body system. Now, this human papilloma virus can be carried by men and women. And when it stays in the body system, naturally the body system have a way of clearing the virus. However, the virus will stay up to about, say, 3 months, 2 years before it can even start causing the forms about 10 years, sorry. Then about 10 years, sorry. Then remember earlier I said that the reproductive tract system has cell linings that have if they are made. So what is like gradually from the pre-malignant states, full-blown disease, and continue growing disease. So that's what basically